Seems like I have a mic already. Great. Good morning, everybody. My name is Kelson. I'm a Taiwanese American, but I've been back and forth between Taiwan and the U.S. My entire life. Just a little bit about myself. I studied computer science and electrical engineering. I actually started my career here in Taiwan as an RF engineer. And I worked on consumer electronic devices like network routers and switches that are sold around the world. Working in Taiwan, I did that for a few years, but the hours were long and the margins were really tiny. So I actually didn't stay in the hardware space for too long. But I do have intimate knowledge about how hard people work here in Taiwan to bring the technology that we use around the world. I eventually went back to the U.S. I switched over to the software side, and I was lucky enough to get into the fairly lucrative market of digital ad tech. And along the way, I stumbled onto Bitcoin in 2013, and I fell down the rabbit hole fairly quickly. Quickly enough that by 2018, I was like, I don't want to work in digital ad tech anymore. I want to spend all my time thinking and working on Bitcoin. So that's a little bit of myself. Now, so I'm one of the members here at Taiwan BitDevs. We founded in 2021, and today I want to talk about Taiwan's role in Bitcoin. This is kind of a topic that we introduce a lot here at Taiwan BitDevs. A lot of Taiwanese people don't quite understand exactly what kind of impact Bitcoin has on people in Taiwan. So I'm going to talk about the physical. What I think is the physical side of Bitcoin, how kind of Taiwan fits into it, and if I get the chance to, I'll share a little bit about Taiwanese culture and monetary history, and what we've been doing here in Taiwan to reach out to other Bitcoiners around the world. When we talk about the physical side of Bitcoin, this is a kind of a talk that we usually give some of the more non-technically minded people here in Taiwan. We get some people coming into Taiwan BitDevs. Maybe they come from a finance background, especially the guys that are on the older side. They always talk to me like, hey, Bitcoin is all digital. I can't see it. I can't smell it. I can't touch it. How do I know it's real? Which I think is kind of funny to talk about when we're in Taiwan because most Taiwanese people are fairly familiar using digital money anyway. So when they bring this kind of gotcha moment, I kind of laugh it off. But at this particular topic, I do want to point out that as Bitcoin has grown for the last 15 years, there really is a physical side to Bitcoin because Bitcoin doesn't exist in a vacuum. It requires a network of honest nodes to participate with one another, and that requires real hardware. And what's unique about Taiwan is that all the components that basically run the Bitcoin network, whether or not it's the CPUs in your nodes, the RAM that stores the Utreexo set, the network equipment that sends the data around, or the ASIC mining chips, Taiwan, unlike most other places in the world, we actually make all those components here. So I don't know if anybody is familiar with where this screenshot is from, but yeah, great. Armageddon, yeah. Russian components, American components, all made in Taiwan. And that's still very, very true today. OK, so as we all know, Bitcoin hit an amazing milestone this year. And back in October, we hit 1 exahash. So when I have the skeptics come to Taiwan BitDevs and saying like, hey, I can't see, touch, or feel Bitcoin, what are you talking about? I like to point them to this graph and say, Bitcoin network has a computing power of 1 zeta hash per second. Now, that obviously kind of glosses over most people's minds, but I kind of want to take this opportunity to let people kind of really think about what this actually entails. Now, obviously, when I did this presentation 2 months ago, at Taiwan BitDevs, we actually hit a 1.2 exahash. And so this particular talk I was giving was saying that just 3 years ago, we were only at 200 exahash. And then we hit a zeta hash just 3 years later. OK, so for the skeptics, we're saying like, hey, how does that graph you just showed me translate to physical hardware? And this is when we get to that description. I'm sure most of the people are familiar with how we calculate network difficulty. So if we actually start with Bitcoin in the very, very beginning, we started at difficulty at 1. We were looking for a block hash that has this many zeros. leading zeros. And if we actually look at some of the recent blocks that are coming into the Bitcoin network, difficulty is this high now. And what does that mean? Oh, what does that mean? For a valid block hash, there's a lot more leading zeros. So we would describe to our skeptics here in Taiwan, it's like you cannot achieve, you cannot find these hashes within a span of 10 minutes without a significant amount of hardware. And again, the difficulty number that we're looking at in the Bitcoin software, this is not something that we pulled out of a hat. As we all know, the difficulty adjustment has its parameters, has its rules. So it's capped to go up and it's capped to go down, and it's kind of restricted with its own rule set. So the fact that we hit this number is actually incredibly amazing. So let's actually talk about what that looks like. For the purposes of this conversation, I kind of want to rewind the clock back to 2022. At the time, the Bitcoin network was already using the Antminer S21, which uses a 7-nanometer chip that's actually diffused here at TSMC. If any of the Bitcoin miners may be familiar, the chip that's being used is the BM170. It's a 70-millimeter chip. It's 49 millimeters. It looks like this. If anyone's familiar, this is the BitAxe project that uses these chips. So just to kind of help visualize, what does one zeta hash actually look like? By the way, there's a few caveats to this particular calculation right here. First of all, I know that the Bitcoin network is not only 7-nanometer chips today. The amount of useful dies you get out of a 12-inch, 300-millimeter wafer is also not just 1,000. There's edge losses. There's different yield. But if we actually look at the mining performance of the BM170, which is 1.2 terahashes, and you want to add up to 1 zeta hash, and you want to fit them all on a wafer, you need 830,000 wafers to get 1 zeta hash worth of computing power. And while this is just simple napkin math, you can actually kind of map that against devices that we are more familiar with today. So I looked at the 7-nanometer iPhones, which is the iPhone X, the 11, and the second generation SE. And they sold about 300 million of these devices while they were active. And if you actually added up the amount of wafers that they used to create all those iPhones, it's 460,000. So you can imagine in the last 3 years, the Bitcoin network itself has consumed at least this many wafers. Because again, I'm also not accounting for the operational loss, because everyone runs their Bitcoin miners in different environments. They have different stresses. They may fail before their lifetime and things of the sort. So at least 830,000 wafers, which is incredibly significant. That's a lot of computing power. OK. Sorry, I'm kind of a little bit out of my element here, when I like to talk about Taiwan, we all know that Taiwan has a very, very dominant. Taiwan has a dominance on the semiconductor network, and we also have to consider that wafer space is limited. Right? So what Taiwanese foundries choose to manufacture is a big consideration. And unlike the other demands for wafers today, like most of the people talk about AI, Bitcoin is unique in that it doesn't actually need these government funding or government backstops. They're able to consume this many wafers just on the Bitcoin demand itself. And so when I bring this up with people here in Taiwan, I just want them to consider that, think about all the work that goes into producing these chips. Right? That's not just the TSMC and their foundries. There's a whole very complex supply chain to get those things involved. There's a lot of human capital. There's a lot of expertise. And there's a lot of coordination just for these things to happen. So if you think about just what has been produced in Taiwan for the sake of the Bitcoin network to operate, that's a lot of work that Taiwanese people have done. And I just want to let people kind of think about, it's like, well, where is all this work that Taiwanese people have been doing actually going? And I want to make the case that, as we see Bitcoin succeed, it also helps Taiwan prosper also. OK, sorry, I feel like I'm just kind of rambling on a little too much. Oh, and just add one more thing, too. We were just talking about the mining, the mining chips, but we also have to remember that Bitcoin decentralization depends on honest nodes. It depends on the ability for anybody to spin on a node on the Bitcoin network, which requires affordable, secure computing. And that's something that Taiwan has been doing very, very well for the last four decades. And so while Taiwan may not be as dominant of a leader in terms of RAM or storage, they are still a very significant player. So Samsung, Hynix, Micron may produce most of the RAM chips, but number 4, number 5 on the global market list are also still Taiwanese manufacturers. So Taiwan does have a really, really big stake in creating in producing affordable, secure computing. And I think a lot of it that has to do is, in Taiwan, I think Taiwan culture in general likes to foster innovations that create more free trade, because Taiwan has a really rich history of producing free trade around the world. OK, so I kind of want to share a little bit of a personal story. I know that since my education is mostly hardware and software, I think for many of the years when I was in Bitcoin, I really did see Bitcoin as just a software project, or it's like a very interesting protocol that we can use all sorts of imaginations to. And while we were kind of locked in at home, she was like flipping through her old stuff. And while we were kind of locked in at home, she was like flipping through her old stuff. And then she pulled out of a safe these old Taiwanese bills. So this one here is a Taiwanese yen. This is basically issued by the Bank of Taiwan during Japan's colonization. So this was from 1915, and this was basically first issued starting from 1897. And then also along with these things was this Japanese war bond from the end of World War II. And it turns out that these things were left by my grandfather and my great-grandmother. And he had a little stack of these Taiwanese yen bills and a little stack of these Japanese war bonds. And I think before I got into Bitcoin, I would have just thought, oh, these are just really interesting historical artifacts. These are just collectibles. But after I really understood what Bitcoin was, these things had a completely different impact on me, and I kind of want to share with you that today. So now that we're here in Taiwan, what's something that we don't even talk about in Taiwanese education in general is the history of money that we have here in Taiwan. Now, what's kind of surprising to see is that prior to the establishment of the Bank of Taiwan during the Japanese Empire, Taiwan, even though it was part of the Ming Dynasty and the Qing Dynasty, limited, they actually never had a circulating currency around the island. So up until 1897, there was no singular currency in Taiwan, which meant that the economic activity that was happening on the island actually could not be directed correctly. Right? You'd have different trading outposts. So before the Japanese came, we had the Qing Dynasty. They offered a lot of British trade coming in. The French once tried to come, and even before that, we had the Spanish and the Dutch settlers. So there was a lot of different kind of money flowing around in Taiwan. But after Japan came over, they established the Bank of Taiwan. That's when we first had those notes that we said before. Now, on my research, the idea was saying hey, so how much was my great-grandmother's savings back then? So back then, that one Taiwanese yen note would have got you 0.75 grams of gold. But by the end of the Japanese Empire, which is the end of World War II, that conversion was already stopped. and no one actually knows what the rate was at the end, but you can basically safely say that the value of it collapsed. So after the end of World War II, Taiwan was then taken over by the nationalist government of the Republic of China. And they basically started issuing the old Taiwan dollar. And what they offered was the Central Bank of China would offer the conversion between the Taiwanese yen and what we call the old Taiwan dollar at 1-to-1. But that actually collapsed fairly quickly because the Republic of China was still fighting their civil war in mainland China, and they experienced their own hyperinflation. Their central bank actually collapsed by 1948. And then, so by 1949, all this chaos was happening around the island. We'll talk a little bit about that more. But basically, this inflation went to 40,000 to 1. So it went from 1-to-1 to 40,000 to 1. And because the Republic of China no longer had their Central Bank of China, which was still back in mainland China, they actually had no banking infrastructure anymore to issue new currency. So the only thing they had left was the Bank of Taiwan, which again was established by the Japanese Empire. So the Republic of China then had the Bank of Taiwan start issuing what we call the new Taiwan dollar. And they were basically issuing the new Taiwan dollar from 1949 up to the year 2000. And then so that's this guy right here. This is the money that I was using when I was growing up. Oh, sorry. So this is the old Taiwan dollar, and this is the new Taiwan dollar issued by the Bank of Taiwan. This is Taiwan Bank. Okay, but by the year 2000, which is the money that you guys have in your wallets right now, it says Central Bank of China. So they basically revived the Central Bank of China to issue currency back in 2000. So what I would like to point, so this is what's been interesting, thinking about Bitcoin and being interested in how money works, is that there's actually a lot to learn, just even looking at the economics. So Bitcoin no longer was just a software project to me. It really made me think about the world in a more profound manner. So in Taiwan, we basically saw that the currencies rise and collapse with regimes. And the timeline I just said, from 1897 till now, every single currency that has been in Taiwan has failed fairly quickly. Even the one that we're using today has only a provenance of 25 years of being issued by the Central Bank of China. And throughout this whole entire history of having a singular currency circulating in Taiwan, Taiwanese have never controlled their own money. Because strictly speaking, even the money that we're using today, the new Taiwan dollar, is still issued by the Republic of China. And Taiwan is only but a territory of the Republic of China. And by the way, I just want to point out it's like exactly how this hyperinflation happened. So the old Taiwan dollar, so 1948, the president, Chiang Kai-shek, basically had a fixed rate conversion between what they call the gold yuan, which is a gold-backed currency of mainland China, and then with the US dollar. And then they also still had their the Chinese currency, which is this guy right here, that's circulating in China. And then shortly after that, they created a fixed rate between the Chinese gold yuan currency with the Taiwan currency. But they kept this rate fixed, as in they actually, this was the fixed exchange rate. So while the exchange rate was blowing up in China because of the Chinese Civil War, they always had this fixed exchange rate to run back to. And that caused a flood of money come from mainland China coming to Taiwan. And that's what made the currency collapse at such a rapid pace. So we went from 1 to 1,835, and then over here is 1 to 40,000. So in a span of just 2 years. So that's how suddenly these currency collapses can happen. And it happens at a stroke of a pen, right? And this is the history that we have here in Taiwan. And I always like to invite our Taiwanese people to really think about it. It's like, can you imagine, as prosperous as Taiwan has been for the last, let's say 100 years, think about how much prosperous we could have been if we actually had a money that worked, or at least was money that was, that's something that we can call our own. And what would that actually look like? And so that's actually really what brings me to Bitcoin, because when I think about this desire for Taiwan to have its own fate, and what it would look like for Taiwan to have its own money, I think about where would Taiwan's human capital go, where would their expertise go, where would their resources go, right, in order to make this dream come alive. And when you think about how much effort and work has been going into building out the Bitcoin network from people here in Taiwan, perhaps Taiwan is a possible, that could be part of Taiwan's story. And because I know for a lot of people, maybe this is your first time here in Taiwan. Maybe all you hear about from Taiwan is what you see in the news, or you only know Taiwan in the context of our neighbors across the strait. But for anybody that's interested, I do actually suggest this book called Rebel Island. I think it was published about 2 years ago. It's a pretty interesting read. And here at Taiwan BitDevs, when we do have visitors come by, we try to introduce this Taiwan history to people coming. So we actually have Evan over here. This is a couple years ago. I took him to the Gold Museum near Jiufen. So back in the Japanese Empire, Japan was mining gold out of our mountains, and I took Evan there, and to kind of show you, yeah, this is where money kind of began here in Taiwan, and no longer do we need humans mining. We can have ASIC chips do it for us. Okay, and just for a final thought, Taiwan is a place without a global standing, so how poetic would it be for a country without global standing be the one that secures digital money? And that's it. So I'd like to introduce Evan. So Evan's actually one of our members here was one of our members here at Taiwan BitDevs. It's been a while since he came to a meeting, but it's great to see him back here. From what I know, Evan was working on BDK, and I think he's giving a talk about the broken abstractions of Electrum. So give a round of applause for Evan.
How do I start a slideshow? Is it here? Top right? Oh, there we go. Cool. Hello, everybody. Today we'll talk about the broken abstractions of the Electrum API. So I've been working with, this is basically a story of my experience working on the Electrum API. Just a bit about myself. So I work on BDK, which is a on-chain level Bitcoin library. And I think I came in the time when they tried to really modularize the library. And then this year especially, I've been working on FrostSnap as well. And then that's my GitHub and Twitter. What is the Electrum API? So for those that do not know, it's a layer wrapping around the Bitcoin core, and it's an abstraction to serve to the application. It's basically saying that the Bitcoin Core API is too complicated, so let's make it easier for applications to use Bitcoin. Cool. Oh, okay. That hold me. Oh, there we go. And just to be clear, broken abstraction doesn't mean useless. For example, TCP is a broken abstraction because it hides a lot of the actual real networks where environmental factors affect the ability to send packets. However, we understand how TCP can fail, so we have things like application side acts or timeouts and retries to make it work. And then I guess today's talk is to have a conversation with you guys, share my story with Electrum, and really figure out what is the right way forward. Whether we can still make Electrum work, the Electrum API work, or whether it's completely broken and we need to start somewhere new. So to start the story, when we started working on BTK Electrum, which is a crate, which is like a package in Rust, to kind of grab data from Electrum to share with the rest of the BTK, we built it with this set of assumption. We assumed that we trust the server, and from there, what is the correct way to use the Electrum API? This sounds very easy because we're trusting the server, so it should be easy to do. The most trivial way to do this, so I think if I presented to you the Electrum API documentation, and I got you to figure out a way to grab the data you need for your wallet in 2 minutes, I think most likely you'll come up with this. So there's two methods here. One is get history. You basically provide your script pub key or your address, or all your addresses of your wallet. And with each request, Electrum responds with the transaction ID, or all transactions that are relevant to that script pub key, and with height and transaction ID of every transaction. And then from there, you fetch the full transaction with transaction.get. It sounds simple. However, because Bitcoin is a live network and there's reorgs, we cannot guarantee a consistent view of state. So when you're fetching separate calls to get history will not be consistent with each other if a reorg happens in between your calls. And the way Blue Wallet handles this is it refetches all transactions with less than 7 confirmations. It's eventually consistent. However, while it's still syncing, you might create a transaction which spans from 2 conflicting transactions because of the non-consistent view. The solution we came up with in BTK is to fetch the tip before and after the sync. And if we ensure that the chain tip before and after are the same, then we can kind of guarantee that the things we fetch in the middle are consistent. And that is our second solution. So we rely on this call, headers.subscribe, to get the height and block hash for the chain tip. And yes, we do that before and after fetching histories. The failure mode is still the same because technically a double reorg is possible where we reorg once and reorg again to go back to the tip that we originally started at. And so and then the other problem with this is if it's inconsistent, we have to refetch again, which is kind of wasteful. It's not very elegant. And then, so the solution to solve this is to anchor transactions to the best chain with this. So instead of depending on get history, which returns transactions and confirmation heights, we figure out the actual confirmation block that the transaction is in using get Merkle. However, this is still not perfect because if a reorg did happen in between our sync, our Utreexo set will still be inconsistent. We might miss transactions because a transaction might be reorged out during our sync, and then the new state, the new version of the transaction might not be there, and then we might have accidental RBFs. The solution to this is to keep even if the transaction is not in the best chain, we still keep them around as unconfirmed. However, with these solutions, there are still problems, because these are all polling solutions and they're slow. And then each sync uses more bandwidth than necessary. This is where, and then I guess the proper way to use Electrum is via using the pub-sub interface, where we subscribe to the script pub keys, and then the Electrum server returns notifications of updates to transaction histories. And this is the method. However, we don't know when a sync will finish. So for example, we subscribe to, for example, 10 script pub keys and also the chain state. So this is how the chain advances. So it returns the chain tip. If we get the chain tip first, and then we get up, and then, so when a block comes and we get the chain tip, how do we know when the last notification for our last script puppy comes in? Because if we don't know that, and then we try to create a transaction before that comes, we don't have a complete view of our Utreexo set. The mitigation is basically wait after we get these notifications for a while before we create a transaction. These aren't the only problems with Electrum. The other problem is how it deals with transactions that are evicted from the mempool. A transaction evicted doesn't mean it's invalid. It might come back just by the nature of the mempool. How Electrum conveys transactions disappearing is different calls to get history. So one call get history might return 10 transactions, and another call later on will return 9. And now we know the one missing transaction is the one that disappeared. However, that is not enough because wallets need to know more. Whether the transaction disappeared because of fee pressure is different to how we want to handle things if the transaction disappeared because there is a conflict or it's got replaced. Additionally, in order to properly fee bump effectively a transaction, it's better to know all its descendants. That way you can calculate the fee, so your replacement will not be rejected. And then the other thing is some transactions will eventually become invalid because a conflict has been confirmed deeply enough so we can forget about that transaction. But based on how Electrum is designed, we'll never find that out. So we won't know whether it'll be safe to forget about a transaction. Now, with all these problems, where do we go from here? So I think one argument with these problems is to say, hey, these are like edge cases. The chance of hitting these are very low. But my argument to that is we don't want a system that works 99.9% of the time and fail suddenly when it's needed. The thing with the eventual consistency is fine with a mobile wallet. You just resync again if you're unable to create a new transaction. But if you have a system such as FrostSnap, you have to go around to multiple geolocations to sign the transaction, and after that you figure out the transaction is invalid because your inputs come from conflicting states. That's a very annoying problem to have. So I do not think it's OK to say, let's just keep Electrum, the Electrum API the way it is. The other way to fix this is to fix the Electrum API. And I really do think we should deprecate the methods that are problematic. However, I think the Electrum team need things to work. They don't want to deprecate methods. And then the other option is to design something that's 10 times better so that people would naturally want to move over to something that's more reliable. Thank you. Any questions? Dan. There's many proposals. So one is just, because I think a lot of people actually run their own node and they use like the Electrum API to expose their node. I think that's ridiculous. If you run your own node, just expose the Bitcoin RPC thing. That's a million times better. And then, so there's two ways of syncing with Bitcoin D. One is block by block, which is relatively slow. But then I think there's a method called scan blocks, which is uses compact block filters to figure out which blocks are relevant, most likely be relevant to you, and that's a lot faster. The argument against that is we'll use more data, but it is a hell lot more reliable than whatever this is. There's also compact block filters as well.
I mean, the compact block filters, though, like that's like fine if you're on Wi-Fi or something, but any type of data constrained environment or like metered mobile connection, like it's just not a practical alternative. I think that's why Electrum is still so entrenched.
Yeah, I agree. In fact, like these problems with Electrum can be easily fixed. I'll just go through some of them. So for example, don't return a confirmation height without telling us the confirmation block it's in. That's easy to do. And then also like, when we get a notification, tell us when things stop. You know, after we subscribe to all these script pub keys, let us know when we got notifications for all of them and when that finishes. That's, you know. So there's actually quite simple things that can be done to fix these problems.
I mean, it's not really a question, but I guess kind of an idea I had right now. It looks like most of the issues would happen when, while you're syncing, something happens on the chain and you don't have any way of kind of detecting it. Do you think we could extend Electrum with like an optional thing, so it's still retrocompatible, which basically at each request would reply with like an hash of the state? And so then if this hash of state changes in between requests, you know something happened. So that would be less of an extreme, like instead of starting over, we just extend Electrum, we do this. Problem is obviously the state changes very fast. So ideally, like on a get history request, I would need to get an hash of just that get history, because if an unrelated transaction has been added to the mempool, it doesn't matter to me. So I mean, I guess it's not trivial to do this, to keep this kind of hash of state, if it makes sense.
What do you mean by hash of state? Is it like, because like, for example, if you go blockchain script hash subscribe, you return a hash of all the transactions that's relevant to the SPK? Like, is that similar to what you mean, or do you mean something else?
I don't know. I'm just thinking now. So I guess it would be maybe a bit more than that. So it would be all the transactions that are relevant for a script hub key, but also maybe the current chain tip, and also maybe there's a few other things that need to go in there. Basically, anything we want to detect that would have an impact if it changes would need to go in there. So you can detect that something changed. Yeah, and then what problem would this solve? It would solve the problem that what you were mentioning with get history is you check the chain tip, then you do a bunch of stuff, and then you check the chain tip again, making sure it hasn't changed. Okay. But it could possibly have changed twice during the sync. And instead here, at each with each reply, I would tell you this is the current state, this is the current state. So you don't have to check at the beginning and after. You just get that. I don't know if it makes sense.
Yeah, I think I understand what you mean. So basically, based on all the things we subscribe to, get the server to like hash all of that something, and then we can the data we need to fetch will just be based on that hash, so everything's consistent. Is that?
I guess so. The complication is with the mempool. So if you exclude the mempool, you could just do return the chain tip with every request. So you ask for the history, and I tell you this is the history at this chain tip, and this is the history at this chain tip. And ignoring the mempool, then as long as it's always the same, then it's fine, right? Yeah,
fair enough. You're right. The mempool adds a lot of complexity to it.
Problem is the mempool. So or maybe it makes sense to exclude, like you have separate calls just for mempool transactions. So you could say, I don't know, like get history only returns confirmed transactions, and then separately we fetch mempool transactions. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, it's not really a question, but.
Thank you.
Doesn't Electrum have some indexing stuff that Bitcoin Core doesn't have? You'd mentioned just exposing Bitcoin Core, but would that involve then adding features to Core? Do we get Ava to do a lot more work? Probably not. Yeah, that's my typical expectation, so I don't want to ask for that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, so the SPK-based model is what Electrum uses, so that it is an index. So you're right. I was wrong about. Where is it? This. I mean, I was kind of right, but you're right.
Like, it's an abstract thing. It's imprecise, yeah. It's this, but it's also some other stuff, too.
Yeah, it's index. But, you know, my argument is Bitcoin Core can maintain compact block filters. Why don't you just use that?
Why doesn't that get a middle finger, too? I don't get it. Just me?
Awesome. Thank you.
Welcome to the official Hackathon Kickoff of Bitcoin++ in Taiwan.
Good morning, Alex.
Good morning, Lisa.
Good morning. Let's go.
We had an amazing day one, didn't we?
We had an incredible day one. And we already had an amazing hour of content this morning. Packed it all in.
Absolutely.
Great to see you all here this morning. What are we up to today, Alex?
We're going to do a hackathon from start to finish today.
One day, less than 24 hours?
Yeah.
Is that possible?
Well, let's find out.
Let's go.
Cool. So let's get started. First, if you've never been to a hackathon before, hackathons are actually a misnomer. We're not hacking into anything, we're building something. So it's really like a build-a-thon. A hackathon, again, is a competition to build something new with technology. Usually they're 24 to 48 hours. This time it's not 24 hours, it's going to be like 3.5 hours. So it's going to be a turbo hackathon. Yeah, we host them at all of our Bitcoin++ events thus far, and the vibe is that it's an all-out sprint to build something from nothing with your friends. In addition, hackathons are an opportunity to learn something new, to work with the cool people at the conference, to work on something fun, and to win some sick prizes. Typically, as an engineer, you're building what people tell you to build, and this is the one opportunity that you have carved out to build what you want to build. So we implore everybody to participate in the hackathon today. This isn't just a normal hackathon, is it, Nifty?
No, Alex, this is a turbo hackathon.
Yeah, 3.5 hours. It's going to run from 11:30 today to 3 p.m. Wow, look how fast it is. The car's going super fast. This sounds impossible, right?
It does sound impossible, Alex. Is it not impossible?
Yeah, well, what do we have at our disposal to make this possible?
I believe that we have some vibe coding.
Yeah, so in the advent of the world of AI, we now have tooling to allow us to do a hackathon not in a full day, 24 hours, but in just a few hours. So the expectation is to be using these tools. You don't necessarily have to, but this is really only possible to do with these new tools. So if you're unfamiliar, there's a bunch to choose from, including Bolt.new, Claude Code, Cursor IDE, Vercel v0, Replit Agent. We have some cool new Bitcoin-y vibe coding tools as well, like Shakespeare.diy and Soapbox. So yeah, tons and tons of tools to choose from.
You don't have Vim on there. You don't have Vim on there.
Vim is not a vibe coding tool. Vim is a boomer editor for boomers.
Oh, sorry,
like,
okay.
Yeah. Cool.
Right.
All right, let's go over some housekeeping. First is DevPost. This is a very important QR code to scan. I suggest everybody scan this QR code. Don't go to lightning.devpost.com. Go to freedom.devpost.com. I think I swapped it out. If it's not the right QR code, let me know. This is the right QR code. So the link is wrong, but the QR code is correct. Yeah, freedom.devpost.com is our dev post for this event. It contains all of the details that we're about to go over. It is also our submission platform. So I recommend that everybody register now. So there's 2 steps that you need to do for DevPost. You need to register for the event and then submit your project. You should register now. So that you're in the event, so we can count the number of people in the event. And then once you form your team, you should go ahead and submit your project. Yeah, we recommend that you submit your project on DevPost as soon as possible. We're really just using DevPost to track the submissions. We're not going to evaluate or adjudicate your submissions. So yeah, register now, and then as soon as you have a team together, go ahead and submit your project on DevPost. Just put in a placeholder name and update it later. You can keep updating your submission until the hackathon deadline. So again, register now, submit as soon as possible, as soon as your team is formed. Cool. Next.
If you're not already in the Telegram, this is a great place to get updates about what's happening, and not only with the hackathon, but also with the conference and any events, after parties, dinners, socials, etc. This is where we'll be announcing the finalists for the hackathon, however. So yeah, this is a great place to hang out. Cool.
Yeah.
Housekeeping, great.
All right, let's talk about what's up for grabs. At the Bitcoin++ Taipei Hackathon, this is an open-ended competition. Anything involving Bitcoin is fair game. While this is a sovereignty-themed event around wallets and wallet tooling, you're not required to build something sovereignty or wallet-themed. So anything involving Bitcoin is fair game, but you get some bonus points from the judges if it's on theme. So yeah, the theme being wallets and sovereignty, anything to help people be self-sovereign. There are also a number of bonus challenges. You'll see on the dev post, and we're about to go over all of the bonus challenges on top of the main competition. So when you submit a project for the hackathon, it's automatically considered for the overall best top prize. But if you want to go for more of the narrow specific challenges, you'll need to indicate that you want to be considered for those. And yes, you can win both the overall top prize and all of the side prizes if you so do wish. Cool.
Great.
We have a whopping 6 million sats, 6.5 million sats in cash prizes, an additional 20 million sats in conf ticks and in-kind prizes. So a total of 26.9 million sats in our total prize pool.
Huge, Alex.
Massive number of sats. Take it
So
away.
good. Cool. Great, so prize breakdown. Again, this is best overall. If you submit a project to the hackathon, your team will be entered into winning the best overall competition to be selected by our illustrious judges. First place is 3 million sats, and tickets to conference next year in 2026. We've got a lot of stuff to choose from, so that is a great prize. Second place will be taking home 2 million sats and tickets to Bitcoin Plus event next year, and third place gets 1 million sats to split. In addition to first, second, and third, we will also be handing out a few honorable mentions, which will also get tickets to future Bitcoin Plus events. So opportunity to come back and win more sats. Again, if you submit a project or a hackathon, you will be automatically considered for these top 3 prizes. So, okay, yeah. What are our challenges? Are these the challenges or these?
Yeah, so this was the overall competition, first, second, third place. Now we're going to talk about the side or bonus prizes.
Bonus prizes. So in addition to winning a first, second, and third, you could also have the opportunity to win Best Beginner Hack. So this goes to a team where every member is a first-time contributor to open source Bitcoin, or it's your first ever hackathon. Does that count?
Yeah, if this is your first hackathon and everybody is new to hacking and this is a new experience for all of you, then you are in the running for this challenge. So even if you've never participated in a hackathon before or never built anything with Bitcoin before, there's still a prize that you can win. Don't let all of the seasoned veterans in the room stress you out or intimidate you. There is still a prize you can win. One thing to note is that in your dev post submission, you need to tell us that you're eligible for this prize. We'll verify it, but just you need to indicate if you're in the running for this, otherwise we won't consider you.
What else have we got, Alex?
First up in our sponsor prizes is Best Design. Eric, you want to come up? Massive shout out to Bitcoin Design Foundation for supporting our hackathon.
Hey, hello everyone. Thank you for the applause. My name's Eric. I'm a product designer. I do a lot of design for Cashew. I'm also a member of the Bitcoin design community, and I help out with the Bitcoin Design Foundation. And we're really proud to be sponsoring the Best Design Prize for this hackathon. So this is an award that's going to go to the project that we think had kind of a special touch of magic when it comes to the design. And I just want to quickly say that I know I'm in a room with engineers, and for a lot of people, when they think design, they think aesthetics, they think visual, they think how something looks like when it's polished. But design and art are a little bit different. So design is utilitarian. It should solve a problem in a very elegant way. So it's not always about your visual design skills or making things, pixels look perfect. If you look at things like airdrop or near drop, or if you've used Sparrow and how they do Utreexo consolidation, that's beautiful design. So I would encourage you guys when you're engineering and when you're hacking to just think of little ways for you to make your project have that kind of feeling of magic, whether it be an interaction or a layout or something while it's solving your problem, because that's going to go a long way into putting you in the running for the Best Design Prize, because this stuff matters to non-engineers and people that just want to use Bitcoin as everyday money. So we think design is really important, and we hope that this motivates you guys to put a little bit of extra oomph in your design.
Awesome. Thank you, Eric.
Thanks, Eric.
Thank you, Bitcoin Design Foundation. Next up, best use of Bitcoin Devkit. Evan. Massive shout out to the BDK Foundation for putting up the prize for best use of BDK.
Hello. The prize pool for BDK has got up to 1 million sats now. BDK, so on-chain Bitcoin wallet library. There's a whole bunch of crates. There's some low-level ones, high-level ones. If you need help determining what crates to use, please talk to me. And otherwise, best of luck.
BDK is a Rust development kit, right?
Yes, it's a toolkit based in Rust.
Has bindings, great.
Yes.
You guys will be available to answer questions if anyone has them during the competition. Great. Dan, you want to come on up?
Thanks, Lisa. Hi, everyone. I'm Dan. I'm the executive director of the Payjoin Foundation. Payjoin is a way to batch transactions between two wallets, sender and receiver. The best team that makes use of Payjoin, does an actual Payjoin, has a prize of 400,000 sats. So you can get in touch with me if you need help. We've got Python bindings, we've got JavaScript bindings, and Dart bindings. If you go to github.com/payjoin, you'll find it. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Sam. All right, next up is best use of cryptography, sponsored by Frostnap.
Fantastic. So yeah, the prize for the FrostNap prize is 3 FrostNap Frontiers. And it's for the best use of cryptography. I would point you towards, if you use Rust, Schnorr Fun, SecP Fun, they're great libraries to you can do some very experimental things in there. It's kind of like how we started on this FrostNap project, was just tinkering with cryptography. So if you can vibe code it. If you want an opportunity to roll your own cryptography and not get yelled at, this is the perfect place to do it. So yeah, if you need help or any ideas, tap me on the shoulder and I'll point you in the right direction. But I think it'd be a lot of fun. So yeah, try build something with some cryptography. Sweet.
Thank you, FrostNap, for your generous offer. All right, those Snap devices look awesome, man. I gotta learn some crypto so I can compete for that one. What else have we got? Open timestamps.
Yeah.
So this is from our good friend Peter Todd, who created the Open Timestamps project probably over a decade ago at this point. He's offering 42,000 Satoshis to the project with the most unnecessary use of open timestamps in an otherwise serious project. So if you're not familiar with open timestamps, this is a way of committing to a Merkle root basically in a block that keeps track of when a thing existed. And 42,000 sats are available to you if you can come up with an unnecessary use of open timestamps. What else have we got, Alex?
That is all of the side challenges. So again, all of these prizes and all their descriptions are on DevPost. So we encourage you, as you're brainstorming for your project, to scroll through the prizes. And it's a pretty good strategy just to try to make a project that is applicable to multiple of the challenges. It can help guide you to make a productive project, and also puts you in the running for all of these cool prizes. So. Scan the DevPost, very important. Again, your submission on DevPost is not judged. It's only used to track submissions, so get your submissions in early. All right, let's talk about how we are going to select winners. First, Lisa, do you want to go over how to get disqualified?
Sure, let's talk about how to get disqualified. First off, if you want to be disqualified, you may have teams must be 1 to 4 members, and you can only be the member of a single team. So if you wanted to get disqualified, you would have over 4 members, which would be 5, and you would have multiple teams, but let's not do that. So 1 to 4 members, only 1 member of a team. What else do we have? 1 member of your team must be present in person to demonstrate your project during the judging period. We are going to have 2 judging periods. One will be this afternoon. It'll be here in the main event from, I think, 3:45 until 5, and we're going to do expo-style judging. We'll talk about that in a second. The next one will be tomorrow. There'll be a final. So you must have 1 of your team members present during judging in order to be eligible to win. What else have we got? Finally, no development may start before the start date and time of the hackathon, which is roughly now. So any code, you're eligible to build on a project that you have been using or building on prior to this event. But during judging, it must be clear what was actually worked on and contributed during the hackathon period. So feel free to build on top of other work that you have, et cetera, but just be able to identify clearly what was actually accomplished during the hackathon, as that is what you'll be judged on.
Yeah, so in other words, Nifty, is it okay to make a really sick PR on an existing open source project as your hackathon project?
Definitely, Alex, yes.
Well, is it cool to say that the whole project is what your hackathon project is and not just the PR?
No, that would not work, Alex, yeah. Great.
Cool. We are using science fair style judging or expo style judging. This will be a super fun opportunity to see everybody's project. So we'll have a science fair in this room today at today at
3:45.
3:45 today, yes. And this will be, so when you submit your projects, we'll assign table numbers to each of the projects. And you, as a member of your team, just need to find the table number associated with your team that we give you, and then stand at the table, and judges will come around with clipboards and evaluate you. So you'll have the chance to present multiple times to multiple judges. And you'll also have a chance to see what everybody else worked on. It'll be super fun. Make sure you are here for the science fair. In addition, if you don't contribute or if you don't compete in the hackathon, I still recommend you come to the science fair. It'll still be super cool to see all the projects. And finalists. So yeah, the first round of judging will be science fair style judging today. Finalists will present on the main stage tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. So it'll be round 1 is expo style, and then round 2, finalists will pick the top 6 projects, and they will present on stage.
Who's judging? We have an illustrious list of judges, including our sponsors as well as notable people in the field. So thank you to our judges for participating and contributing your expertise to picking those projects.
Yeah, star-studded panel of judges.
Star-studded panel of judges, yeah. What else have we got?
Finally, how are our judges going to select the winner, Lisa?
So notably, this is for the best overall, first, second, and third. Each of the challenges will be independently judged by the team that's putting up the prize. So just for the top overall, we use what we like to call women's Olympics gymnastics judging criteria. There's 3 different aspects that we'll be looking at for these projects. The first is something we call routine difficulty. So this is how, what's the quality of your project idea or the potential impact that your project might have. How difficult was the thing that you set out to do, or the scope of what you're attempting to accomplish given the short deadline in particular. So this is basically, okay, are you trying to do a triple backflip off of a bridge, or are you merely jumping down off of a guardrail sort of thing? So that's how hard is the trick that you set out to accomplish. The next category that we use is how well were you able to accomplish that goal? So execution. Did you actually build it? Does it work? Is it a prototype? Is it a slide deck? Were you able to actually solve the problem that you set out to do, set out to accomplish? So if you pick something that's maybe easier from difficulty, we would expect you to maybe pull it off more, actually accomplish or execute on the project. If you do something a little more difficult, maybe your execution isn't as fully fleshed out. But hopefully you would still get great points for trying to do something difficult. We also add in a third category that we call general effect. This is applicability to the theme, like sovereignty and wallets. Is your presentation interesting and engaging? Is there a swag factor? Maybe it's a particularly cool project idea. This is the category where the judges are going to give you extra points for going above and beyond or being extra creative and impressive in your presentation.
Awesome. Any questions about how we are adjudicating the hackathon? Great. Okay, super important slide, our schedule for today. We're kicking off currently at 11 a.m. Hacking begins at 11:30 on the dot. The gun fires, it's time to go. So that's in roughly 5 or 6 minutes or 4 minutes. So yeah, you can start hacking at 11:30 on the dot. Feel free to sprawl around the room or even in the workshop room as well. You can hack anywhere, just make sure you're back here at 3:30. So submission deadline on DevPost is 3 p.m. That's when hacking stops. And then you need to report to this room for the expo at 3:30 p.m. The judging expo will run from 3:45 till 5 p.m. And your team will have 3 minutes to present to each judge. 3 minutes to present. Yeah, so make sure you practice and time yourself. Judges will have stopwatches. If you go over, they will cut you off. So yeah, recommend that you practice your presentation and time yourself. And then tomorrow, we will have the finalist presentations starting at 11:30 a.m. Awards will be given out at the closing ceremony at 4:45.
Don't you guys think that shooting a gun off here might get us all in trouble?
It's a great question, Shinobi. All right. Any questions about the schedule? We'll talk about that in just a moment. Yeah. Cool. Oh, yep.
For the rule about one team only, does the individual violating the rule get disqualified, or does the teams that you join get disqualified?
All the teams that you join will get disqualified.
Correct. Yeah, it's the team's obligation to make sure that each member is not cheating, otherwise the team will get nailed. Yes.
So pick one horse and stick with it, yeah.
Cool. All right, almost there, guys. Yeah, this is it. Happy hacking. Have an awesome hackathon. Socialize, find a team. Hacking is allowed. You're allowed to hack alone, but it's always more fun to hack with friends. If you don't have a team, come to the stage as soon as we close, like in 5 seconds, and we will help you find a team.
And do some team building, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll do a team building exercise. Yeah, we recommend, so the first thing you do is find a team and figure out who you're going to work with. Then you're going to want to find a spot to work and check out the challenges, settle on an idea, and kind of stub out what your project is going to be, and then get hacking. Or actually, sorry, then get your dev post submission in. So create a dev post submission, then get hacking. So again, hacking starts basically now. If you can't find a team, come to the stage for team building and get those dev post submissions in. Any final questions before we wrap? Yes. Where's
Best place for Wi-Fi signal?
We found that the workshop room, or
the workshop room,
yeah, the talks stage has stronger Wi-Fi.
Over in Building F, if you're not familiar with that is yet.
Any other questions? Cool. Happy hacking.
Can't wait to see what you build. Yeah, let's go.
No, thank you. Test, test. It's working? Very good, thanks. Yes, yes, I'm working for Wizard Sardine most of my time. We love hardware wallets. I will go back to that later. The title, yes, is maybe like a big title because BHWI was like a very good work done by Ava and other maintainers. Other generally Bitcoin Core maintainers. And yeah, I'm not a hardware engineer. I'm a software engineer. So hardware, I only know it by using them and playing with their interface. But I don't build them, and I know one thing for certain, that hardware is hard. The hardware wallets, if you don't know, is this kind of little devices with generally screen or not screen. This is my personal collection thanks to Wizard Sardine, so I have a lot to play with. The key value, I mean, the pros for hardware wallets are the isolation. You want to isolate your keys from your laptop or your mobile because in case you get compromised, your keys are always safe in these little devices. You have a lot of flavor, a lot of new hardware are designed and built every year. So I just showed this one, but there's a lot. And yeah, I'm very happy that FrostNap is building on a new one, a new toy for me. Yay! Yeah, it's like I don't want to advertise too much hardware wallet because it's really depending on you, on what you need for your usage, on what is your personal threat model, and there is a lot of drawbacks to hardware wallets. Just the elephant in the room is it's a dedicated device for Bitcoin, just like a big target on it. And say, okay, maybe a supply chain attack on this kind of device could be really valuable for attacker. Personal security, you know, we have this little breach in France where a lot of consumer information was leaked from one of our main hardware wallet manufacturers. So now people get a lot of phishing scam on emails. We rely a lot on the manufacturer to not do a backdoor in your device, to have like a proper software security. And as I think Lloyd explained yesterday, even that you're not aware if, for example, there is kind of X file going on in the background of your hardware. And of course, price, maybe just it's not enough. All this, the isolation is not enough to make you buy a new device. And it feels like every year you have to buy a new one. Like it's like some drawbacks that generally people are like, oh no, I don't want to invest too much. And yes, it's easy to spot. This month I crossed several borders with hardware wallets with me to do demo of Liana or wallet product. And each time I was like very stressed when I crossed borders because like the border guy can just see that I have hardware wallets and say, hey, you have Bitcoins, so just go with me in the dark room now. Security of hardware wallets, yeah, hardware wallets always depending on your threat model, so I will not too much elaborate on that. Sorry if you wanted me to have big arrays of every pros and cons for each device, but I will not do that today because I want to talk more about software. So yeah, the threat model is very depending on you. A lot of, some hardware wallets projects are able to mitigate the previous cons by doing open source and with generally common components that you can find in a common hardware store. But if you want a real security against a key extraction attack, generally you need a dedicated chip named the secure element. So it's something that you generally find in passport or banking card. And yeah, it's generally the best if you want to not get your key extracted. And of course, trust is always required. You trust that the device that you receive is genuine, that there was no tamper, no evil software in it. So yeah, security is like a big deal, and you have to mitigate this. So another thing about our wallet that I just want to highlight, Kevin yesterday said signing device. I hate this name. Hardware wallet is not a signing device. Hardware wallet is even the worst name because you have the wallet name in it, and for newcomers, it's very weird because you have Yana wallet, Sparrow wallet, and then hardware wallet. So it feels like, what is a wallet in the end? So naming is very bad. Signing device is bad. It's a verifying device. Verifying device because what you should do with hardware wallets is not just press and sign, is to verify that the addresses match the one that you expect. For example, how can you be certain that your transaction, that the change output of your transaction correctly goes to a change address? You can try to, if the idea is to have isolation, why do you want to trust your laptop or your mobile to say to you that the change address is correct? You want your verifying device, your hardware wallet, to, from the secret, do all the derivation, use the descriptor. Generally, you will have like a miniscript descriptor or a multi-sig descriptor with it, derive from it, do the script and check match against the addresses and display the result to the user. So from all these cons, I think with Wizard 13 we think that with multi-sig you can have all the, you can mitigate all the problems of hardware wallets. If you don't trust enough one provider, you can have multiple providers and do multi-sig with them. Of course, multi-sig has a lot of trade-off. I don't want to elaborate too much on that, but you know that you generally people use a weak threshold because there is always a key that gets lost, or you have this problem of not backing up correctly the public key of other members, so you lost in the end the overall descriptor of your funds. So Multi-Sig has a lot of drawbacks, but we think it's the best way to use hardware wallets if you want to if you want to mitigate the risk. So at Wizard13, we think that Multi-Sig is mostly solved now thanks to Miniscript. With Miniscript, you only have one descriptor file, and you can have multiple recovery options with your Multi-Sig. For example, as a primary spending policy, you will have a 2 of 2 multi-sigs that can become a 2 of 3 after 1 year after a time lock. And since 2020, we worked a lot to have Miniscript integrated in all our Bitcoin ecosystem. We integrated it in Bitcoin Core. We encouraged standardization like BIP 388 and other BIPs. But I don't want to talk all about that. So because we love hardware wallets and we want to have multiple ones with multiple brands, we kind of need a common interface for them. Why a common interface? Just one thing about Miniscript. One of the reasons that we built Liana Wallet after 2 years working on the Revolt was because at the time, back in 2020, there was nobody were supporting Miniscript. All the hardware wallets were not supporting it. So we had some kind of chicken and egg problem where we asked manufacturers to integrate Miniscript, but they didn't want to do it unless there were users. And users were not interested in our product unless we had security options like hardware wallets. So we went for 5 years for an harassment campaign, and a famous brand that still did not integrate Miniscript. But today we have like 5 or 6 hardware wallets brands that support Miniscript, so we are very happy to suggest them to our users. So why a common lib? The idea is to abstract and simplify hardware wallet integration for the developers and reduce our dependencies by having a common one. And of course, nudge a little bit the hardware wallet builders to follow the standards. We have different implementations. The most famous one is HWI. It's one in Python. I think HWI is one that we started building at Wizard13 for our own use case. It's in Rust. And there is, I think it was a few months ago, Lark, released by Sparrow Wallet in Java, that allows you to talk with, I think, a lot of devices. And to speak about these libraries, most of them, I think it's to change the word, but my idea was with async HWI, we hit like a wall when we wanted to have like multiple components and giving more tools for the developer. And it feels like if each language must have a new implementation of all the interface, it feels like we're reinventing the wheel each time. We redo, again, development implementations instead of having just one that can take the lead on all of them. So I'm working now on a new library called the Bitcoin Hardware Wallet Interface in the lake of a better name. And my idea now is to explain to you how I what was my approach to this kind of library and why I did it. So I just wanted to show you like a typical flow that you have between a client, a hardware device, and a user. So you can see that there is a lot of back and forth, and there is comments that are sent to the device, and the device generally waits for user input. You see that generally devices need more information in order to do proper verification. Like we do the command to register a descriptor, so the hardware device is able to do the correct derivation and is able to display the correct message saying that your forms are going to the right address. So in the first flow, you can see that the hardware device just display to the user that is sending 0.1 Bitcoin to address 1 and 0.9 to address 2. And the user don't understand why there is two recipients for transactions that supposedly were sending only 0.1 to one address. It's just only because the hardware device did not have register the descriptor, so it's not able to do the derivation of the change address. Generally, the indexes are stored in the PSBT BIP32 derivations field. And there is no currently option to add to the PSBT descriptors to it. So descriptors are another piece of information that you have to load in the device alongside the PSBT. So if we're working in Rust, we certainly have some kind of interface like this one, BHWI, where you have multiple commands, and we should expect that every brand try to implement a Rust library, a Rust module that will implement this interface. A communication between a client and a hardware device generally has multiple layers. You have the data API format, that is the normal one. And you have the encryption layer. Some hardware devices don't have it, some of them have. And you have the transport that can change. It can be Bluetooth, it can be USB. Even maybe QR codes, but QR codes are like very complicated to have when you have to register descriptors on very large PSBT. Why I showed this schema is just because to understand that we want our interface to be generic across multiple transports. And finally, the only thing that does not change is the encryption layer and the format, the encoding format of the hardware wallet API. So a developer generally will I think it's what I did. The first time I developed a library, I just put the transport as a generic to my struct. To my device, and I just switch the transport either Bluetooth or either USB. But you can see that at the heart of the command, you have the I/O, the transport that is embedded inside, which is a shame because what about async? So if some of you don't know what is async, async is a nice way to handle I/O, especially in Rust, where you can have proper cancellation, propagation, concurrency, safety, and resource management. A lot of new languages now support new async runtime. Our way to do it, like Zig just came with a new proposal, I think a few months ago. Of course, async has its own drawbacks, like the function coloring problem or the lack of stable ABI for async Rust. It's just sad to think that, okay, async is very great, especially if you want to have cancellation. Cancellation is important when you don't want your software just to be blocking on waiting the user input while you have more resources that can be managed somewhere else. So why not do something called a sans I/O library? Sans I/O library is this kind of interface where you separate your command and your response methods. So you do like a nice sandwich between your I/O when you send and you receive. So great, we have this kind of sans I/O library that now can be used with blocking methods or asynchronous method. Why not then go to, I mean, did we fix the problem? Not really. I mean, at the end, you have something like this. So you could implement like your BHWI for your device where you have the nice sandwich between your blocking method, or you have the async BHWI for your device where you reuse your method and you just integrate at the heart of the method the async. Now, we have a little problem. For example, Ledger. Ledger do a nice thing to have a smaller memory footprint on the device. What they do is instead of having the whole information loaded in the device memory, you commit your information at the beginning of your exchange with Merkle root hash. And each time the device needs more piece of information, you have to provide it with the Merkle leaf proof. So it means that you have a lot of back and forth exchanges between the client and the ledger. So if we do like a sans IO kind of stuff, we'll have to multiplicate commands, and we have to think that users, developers, the users of your library, have to implement, like, do all the exchanging in their code. And it's not really what we want. What we want is to abstract all of this for the developer, so you don't have to think about comments, response, where are we in the state of the exchange. So what we really need is what we call the interpreter. So the interpreter just does a nice sandwich, but it will keep in memory the state. And it will update itself on new exchange from the device. Like the device asks for a new piece of information, the interpreter knows the historic of the exchanges, so is able to answer. The developer just then use the interpreter of the device and can call it in his code in this way, where as long as the interpreter receives data and manages it, the loop continues. And when the interpreter said, "Okay, we are done. I got the final response," the loop can stop, and the response is yielded. So now that we have this idea of interpreter, where for each device we could design an interpreter, there's another thing that we have to take into account. Jade. Jade has something called a pin server. The idea is they didn't have a secure element in their software, in their hardware. So the idea was to use like a third party that will keep an encryption key and that will help to decrypt your key on the device memory when you need to use it. And it enforces policy against brute force attack. Like the ping server will refuse to unlock the key if the user did fail to enter the PIN code for 3 times in a row. So it means that now we don't have just three participants in our exchanges. We have like a fourth one. And it means now that our interpreter is kind of what we call the router. It will route information either from a recipient to another one. And that's the final design I was thinking about for this new BHWI library. Is like this kind of interpreter for each device. We will implement this different interpreter with different recipients, of course. For most of them, it will be only between the client and the device. But for some, like Jade, you will have like a recipient with your PIN server. And the developer just have to reuse the interpreter and is able now to, from a transmit, from a package of information, to understand what it is required from him. It also means that the user, the developer now, is able to use his own HTTP client as he may wish. And it's particularly useful if you're working on a WASM integration, because WASM, for example, you don't have HTTP request done by your code, you have to delegate it to the fetch API of the browser. So the end game, each device its interpreter, a common interpreter wrapping them all, WASM library, and of course, because all our comments, all our methods are normal methods, it makes bindings way much easier. It also means that if you rely on your, let's say I'm doing an application for on Kotlin to support to have like the BHWI library, it means that I can use the Kotlin IO library inside my app and just use the Rust bindings to do the interpretation of each document on the responses. And I'm working on it sometimes. You can see that I didn't move the things for 5 months. But maybe we'll find some more time to work on it, and maybe one day you will use BHWI if you like it. Yeah, questions? Yeah.
Does it support music?
Well, music will be supported by the PSBT format. So right now the library is in Rust, and the Rust library does not support only support music 2 in the crate SecP, but the Rust Bitcoin does not have the PSBT yet with music 2 fields and the Rust miniscript does not have yet the music 2 fragment.
Right, those fields are pretty easy to add, but that's all you need then, because the music 2 also has a few other messages probably with the device.
Oh yeah, so it would be interesting to integrate in the interpreter this kind of comments when you reroute the new information each time. Yeah. But I didn't work yet on music 2, and yeah, maybe it will come.
What devices does it support?
Sorry?
What devices do you currently support?
On the async HWI supports the 4 devices that have a screen on miniscript right now. So by that I mean Ledger, Jade, Spectre, and Bitbox. But for BHWI, I only started it like 6 months ago, and I don't work it full time. I only support Ledger, Jade, and I think Spectre. But yeah, I really want to work on Bitbox too. I have to find time. It supports Coldcard too, I think. Yeah, Coldcard, yeah. Thanks. And for now, what it does, for now, it's only fetch Xpub. But you can fetch Xpub now in a WASM runtime. So I really hope that maybe one day we will have like a browser app that just can communicate with WebHID with your hardware wallets. Of course, it's a good and a bad idea because, as you know, most users don't check the URL they are on, so maybe they will open a scamming website and get scammed. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. 大家好. So, like Nifty said, I am the executive director of the Payjoin Foundation. I'm going to go over why we need privacy in order to have sovereignty and censorship resistance, and go over a big bucket of all of the things, even beyond Payjoin, that are necessary for us to solve some of the major privacy problems in Bitcoin. I think everyone knows Bitcoin privacy is broken. And if you don't, it's because Bitcoin is a pseudonymous system. It's not an anonymous system. The transactions are all recorded forever on a permanent record for anyone to see. And the pseudonyms, the coins, are connected to one another in the transaction structure. So Satoshi actually even mentioned this in the white paper. There's a privacy section that says the inputs are necessarily connected if transactions have more than one input. The amounts are all plain text, and all of the on-chain data can ultimately be tracked back to your identity if you reveal that identity to your counterparty. So, for example, you transact with an exchange, you KYC yourself, that exchange now sees your pseudonym as well as the coins. And from there, if this linking that the white paper complains about remains, they can track you all across the chain. Historically, this has been tried to be solved with specific applications, users taking actions saying, I get privacy, but I'll go into some detail about why I think that's broken. Eric Hughes famously said, privacy is the power to selectively reveal oneself to the world, in the Cypherpunk Manifesto, which helps to start with some definitions. So basically, without privacy, we see donors to organizations getting arrested. I think Anti-Corruption Foundation just this morning had some debanking issues. And $5 wrench attacks are on the rise. People know you have a pile of Bitcoin. They come to your door. I don't know if a wrench costs $5 anymore, but they'll hit you over the head and take your money. So if you want to be able to transact without people bothering you, if you want to be able to transact without being bothered, without being censored, you need to have privacy. So these apps that existed in the past are typically you have some wallet, you take some action, your Bitcoin goes from A to B, and the claim is that the new Bitcoin isn't linked to the history of the old Bitcoin. I don't know if anyone has used these. They're of varying popularity, and they have changed over the years, but one of the first ones was shared coin, where everyone who wanted to make a transaction just submitted it to the coordinator, and the coordinator batched them all together naively, just saying, you know, you have 10 transactions together, and the assumption was that it couldn't be untangled, but this thing called CoinJoin Sudoku just matched the input amounts to the payment amounts and change, and there's what's done is called a subset sum analysis, and then this as a method was totally broken. So beyond that, we started to see equal amount CoinJoin take off, especially because it could be coordinated without a trusted party. So the shared coin implementation at first required, maybe not, but with the coin joins, you do multiple rounds of registration, and so either the coin join happens, where, again, like I said before, money comes from your old wallet into your new wallet with a bunch of other people in equal amounts, so that there's some plausible deniability on the place the funds came from, what input funded the coin join transaction. The problem with this is that the equal amounts create some change that's still linked to the original input, and more than that, nobody uses money this way. I don't know anyone who uses the regular financial system and takes their money from like one bank account and moves it to another bank account, and then the other bank doesn't know about the earlier bank's transactions or something. It's just not intuitive for people, and it's also expensive. So it incurs a lot of additional costs, and it limits the amount of people who can ever go and have this censorship resistance. The last sort of Band-Aid fix that I want to talk about is cross-chain swaps, where I've heard a lot of people ask me if they take their Bitcoin and they swap it to Liquid maybe, and then they bring it back into Bitcoin if that breaks the history. But the problem with this kind of thing is that there is a timing correlation that can be done in and out. So probably if the same amount, if like, 10.5 Bitcoin goes from Bitcoin chain to Lightning, there's some peg transaction or some swap more likely, and then 10.5 comes from Liquid back to Bitcoin chain. It's pretty obvious for someone looking at the chain that this could be the same person. So there's some, these things make it more difficult for an adversary to surveil you and censor you, but ultimately they're temporary fixes that, like this tire, might just bust. But the good thing is, the good thing about like patches and band-aids is you can use enough of them and actually have real privacy, which I hope to convince you of in the following slides. With Payjoin, I had mentioned before that Satoshi had one privacy problem in the white paper, that all the inputs to a transaction are linked to the same person. And Payjoin is the sort of simplest way to address this problem by just having multiple people, 2 people, combine inputs in a transaction so that that heuristic that's used to dragnet surveil people is no longer viable. The way we coordinate this, too, is by meeting users where they're at. So I think everyone in this room, whether they're hardcore Bitcoiners or not, they're familiar with this scan send flow. You go to your merchant, they give you an address, you scan it, or you copy paste an address from the exchange into your wallet, and you press send. We built Payjoin around this user experience so that by default we can break the heuristic analysis without users needing to take that extra action or needing to pay that extra money. I just skipped all my slides. With the 2-party batching, there still remains a problem. So this is like, maybe Payjoin isn't just duct tape. Payjoin is like flex tape. So Payjoin is the guy, the meme, this guy slapping the big rubber vat. It's better than just duct tape, but it's still a piece of tape. The problem is when you just have 2 people batching one of these transactions, that each one of you knows the other's inputs and outputs. So even though you're solving the input correlation problem, the common input heuristic, from a third-party perspective, the second party can still see your inputs and outputs. This can be fixed, though, with multiple parties batching together. You can't do it naively like shared coin, where where you just arbitrarily smush transactions together. But if you're very careful about which inputs and outputs you create, especially if outputs are split, say one user makes a payment in the transaction and also receives at the same time, you can create enough entropy within the transaction so that there are multiple subset sum interpretations so that you have second person privacy too. And we have demonstrated this is also possible with Payjoin Devkit in the same sort of scan send UI flow. As long as you keep the batched elements private until the final signing, the final coordination, if during the intermediary steps you can prove that you have some input, you have some output, and there's a certain subset, some quality, then we can build these transactions by adding a little latency in the coordination time to have much better privacy. Beyond Payjoin, there are still leaks. So when you sync to the network, of course, you need to get the information of the state of your coins from somewhere. The big problem in the past has been, I think Kevin mentioned this the other day, people share their XPubs, which is all future coin information. So as soon as someone gets your XPub, no matter what you do proactively in the future, if you're using CoinJoin or not, the party that has your XPub has the ability to scan the whole chain, as long as they have some derivation information, to figure out exactly where your coins are. This disaster was famously in Samurai Wallet, where by default, yes, you could use a dojo and sync, but if you ever use Samurai Wallet without a dojo, automatically your XPub was uploaded to their server, which has now been seized by the FBI, and all of the coins, all of the transaction history you ever did on Samurai was pwned. Fortunately, we do have Electrum, which Evan talked a bit about yesterday, where you query for individual addresses. That still has some problems if you don't have network privacy, because the server you're querying can probably see your IP address. So it can see the same IP address with all different addresses and cluster them together and know it's your wallet. So you're trusting an adversary. One thing that Alex Lewin and our team at the Payjoin Devkit have been working on is oblivious HTTP for Electrum, so network privacy on Electrum. If you're familiar with iCloud Private Relay on your phone, Apple offers a proxy that lets you communicate to servers so that Apple sees your IP address, but not the packet, which you can see here. And then the destination server sees the request contents, what you're actually asking for, the address in this example, but not the original IP address. This is sort of like the lowest common denominator Tor, just one hop Tor. And we have this baked into async Payjoin, but the protocol is an open standard, and we've got some customs in the async Payjoin BIP that can be used, and we've demoed this is possible with Electrum. You do something like this, I think is very low-hanging fruit. Now all your queries about addresses aren't connected to a user's IP address. It would be great if everyone could run a node, maybe one day with Bitcoin kernel and, I don't know, 6G, is that coming? We'll get enough bandwidth to have nodes on our phones. There's one other thing related to privacy that I think we can do here to avoid pitfalls, to kind of complete our boat, which is self-surveillance. So our adversaries right now have much better tools than we do typically. Obviously, someone who's more sophisticated than your typical person on the street, maybe stacking sats, has some information about your cluster of coins that you don't. But the thing is, all the information, you have more information than an adversary does about what you've revealed. You know to whom you've given certain pieces of information. And that, combined with heuristic analysis, can be used to make better decisions about how you spend your coins. So one example is in the Payjoin Devkit, we use unnecessary input heuristic analysis when we do coin selection to prevent a common signature that could make it more easy to identify a certain transaction as a Payjoin. I'm going to take a couple steps back to talk about the steganographic property that Nifty mentioned at the beginning here. So the whole point of a Payjoin is, yes, that it's coordinated at the time of the payment. Yes, it batches transactions together and can save you some money. But more than that, it breaks the common input heuristic by producing a transaction that looks no different than other transactions with multiple inputs. So now you have this, what's the word? Indistinguishability between a transaction that's a Payjoin and a transaction that's a simple consolidation. So for example, the Bitcoin Core wallet makes transactions that have multiple inputs. To consolidate coins together, you accumulate over time, because every input you need to spend, it takes up a certain amount of space, so you need to spend fees on, and during low fee environments especially, you're going to want to consolidate in order to spend those coins in the future, because you can only make a transaction so big, and you have to pay for every byte at the market rate. So one of the problems with doing that, the multiple inputs, is that if you're using more inputs than are necessary to make a payment amount in a transaction, that's sort of a giveaway that maybe something's funny about this transaction. Maybe it's a Payjoin. It's not, like any of the heuristics, it's not 100%. It's completely possible that this came from Bitcoin Core and it was just a consolidation, but it's something people use. So excuse my next slide here. The comments are really what's important. At the bottom, we have this avoid unnecessary input function, where when we do coin selection, you take the inputs, you attempt to, you run this little algorithm to choose coins that don't look like unnecessary inputs, even though you're actually unnecessarily providing inputs. So we can do simple things like this. This is sort of the base case of what we can do to self-surveil in order to make better decisions about how we spend. In the future, well, I guess another way people do this that's lacking is just labeling, where people will say, oh, this coin came from Coinbase, this coin I gave to my friend for some cash, and you don't want those two things to come together. With slightly more sophisticated tools, we can construct the cluster, the transaction graph in your wallet, and have some automated selection to avoid certain counterparties knowing about certain coins proactively. This is being developed by Armin and Yuval right now at Payjoin Devkit, and you'll see more of this next year, going beyond these simple heuristic avoidance. So now we've got our boat. We use the if we can do all of these things, if we can have third-party privacy with Payjoin, we break the unnecessary input heuristic. We can have third-party privacy with multi-party Payjoin, bigger batches, incentivized savings. We have private sync and network broadcast that doesn't correlate our IP address with our transactions. And we do some proactive coin selection and transaction construction. We can actually address all of the leaks with Band-Aids so that fundamentally there isn't enough information for an adversary to know something about us that we didn't intentionally reveal. I'm gonna wrap up relatively soon for questions, but I've got some more just Payjoin Devkit shilling to go here. So right now we're delivering this with the Payjoin Devkit, which I will shill also more at the hackathon, but we're approaching 1.0. We have a release candidate. The whole point is, instead of using one of these crazy apps, you download, I don't know, a Wasabi wallet or a Samurai wallet. We just integrate Payjoin Devkit in the existing flow that people are familiar with. So we're in Cake Wallet and Bull Bitcoin Mobile. Bull Bitcoin was the first during the HRF bounty last year to get this in. And it actually works. I open the app, show the QR code, you scan me. If we can Payjoin, it Payjoins in the background. The users don't even need to know about it. And it's compatible with Cake too, because it's on a common standard. You'll see it coming to more wallets, including some in this room, later this year. And the whole system is possible to spread across the network because these transactions don't look any different. Even if the wallet doesn't support Payjoin, from a third-party perspective, it's possible that any transaction is a Payjoin because it looks no different. So it just crumbles this fundamental privacy problem that Satoshi gave us. So we can all upgrade together, including these other tools, the sync tools and the surveillance, the self-surveillance tools, by including them in a kit with bindings for Dart, JavaScript, Python, Kotlin coming soon. You'll be able to do this. And then this is just totally wacky, out of left field, where we can go in the future. But has anyone heard of cross-input signature aggregation? OK, so cross-input signature aggregation is a soft fork that would require a new address type, but that would allow multiple inputs to take up less space than they do right now on the chain, incentivizing the type of batching that Payjoin does. This is some fancy Schnorr trick. The problem for multiple inputs right now is that the input is the most expensive part of the transaction. It weighs the most, the witness data specifically. So with full signature aggregation, you can have 10 inputs that's witness data only takes up the same space as one transaction. The signature data is only the size of one. Therefore, there's an incentive to do this kind of batching, especially the multi-party batching, where we get that fundamental, not only the heuristic analysis is broken, but even the amount analysis over history, the third party, the second part of privacy from your counterparty is solved. So Alice can pay Bob, and Bob doesn't know Alice's original coin, and Bob doesn't know, and Alice doesn't know what address Bob ended up getting. This is an example. We do have, it's just a random sample transaction. It's not pushing the boundaries of what's possible quite yet, but we show an example where a Payjoin is used to deposit to an exchange, which directly funds the withdrawal all in one transaction. And because of that, they save 16% of block space, which means 16% of fees. And by combining that with cross-input signature aggregation, we can get almost a 25% fee saving. And this is only 4 inputs. If you have 20 inputs, you can get even better savings than this. I put this here because our team's getting together later this year to prove out, to demo the actual coordination for this. So big picture, what the hell did we talk about? Privacy is censorship resistance. If you don't have privacy, someone can always stop allowing you to use on-ramps. They can hit you with a $5 wrench. They can decide they don't want your Bitcoin because it's not Bitcoin, it's your Bitcoin. So we need privacy. A whole bunch of duct tape, in my opinion, can actually fix the boat. And when I say duct tape, I am definitely exaggerating. The Payjoin dev kit's well-tested, well-documented. We've got a great team that's professionalizing the whole use of the thing. And we meet people where they're at. So rather than require you to use the CoinSwap app or the CoinJoin app, it can plug in to any service, exchange, inheritance, wallet, any type of normal way you're using Bitcoin. You can sprinkle some interactivity, some messaging to batch transactions, kind of like what Lightning does, but not for payments, for settlements, and improve your privacy. And then I'll shill the Payjoin Foundation, which is a 501c3 pending. We've applied for tax-exempt status, charity status in the US. This aligns the incentives. In my opinion, a lot of the attempts at privacy in the past have fallen short because the companies are willing to take shortcuts to sell a product. They haven't been willing to take a patient approach to make sure that things aren't leaking, and sometimes the marketing has even been exaggerated where they say, or they just maybe even lie by omission, saying that there aren't any privacy guarantees, but your privacy is improved, even though the way most users use a product, they're probably going to shoot themselves in the foot down the line. You use a CoinJoin, you spend all this money, you think you have privacy, but as soon as you make that next spend and you have change, you need to do it again, or else you're still linking things together. So that's what I have here. I want to show one more thing before I open up to questions if we have time for that, which is the boss challenge from Chaincode. So I know a lot of people in Taiwan are interested in contributing to Bitcoin blockchain space, and a lot of people all over the world, of course, anyone watching. The Chaincode Boss Challenge is a few months long program where they teach you how to contribute to open source Bitcoin and Lightning and a whole bunch of different projects, including Payjoin. We've had incredible success with this program, producing developer talent, so people come from industry, they do this program for a few months, and at the end, if they jump through all the flaming hoops, you know, they ride the motorcycle through the ring of fire, then they have a full-time job in Bitcoin. So the applications close on December 31st, but I seriously encourage anyone who's interested in working in this space to apply. That's it. Thank you.
I couldn't help but notice the very triggering statement in one of your slides that anonymity sets are fake or aren't real. Well, in lieu of an anonymity set, what's your general thinking on how users or developers can approach kind of measuring and monitoring, like, to what degree, like, or like kind of the rough size of the crowd any user is hiding in at any given moments in order for them to kind of monitor and maintain some minimal level, or if you just are kind of going to just throw this out there and hope that the noise gets loud enough?
There definitely are ways to measure what kind of quality of privacy you have, particularly with subset sum analysis, and then there's better graph analysis that can take into account multiple transactions across the chain. It's an active area of research for us, so we don't have the tools to do it yet. The reason I brought this up is because I think some of that marketing I mentioned in the past use this term anonymity set, which comes from network privacy. It comes from Mixnet land like 20 years ago, where you say the internet traffic could be coming from 20 different people, so you have an anonymity set of 20. But the thing is, Bitcoin has amounts too, and just more information. So a simple anonymity set tends not to be enough, and especially with CoinJoin, that anonymity set can corrode over time. If one of the people in your so-called anonymity set revealed who they were on the permanent record, then even though you maybe participated in a CoinJoin, got your 20 anonymity set, if 15 of those other people over the years went and KYC'd themselves, you're totally degraded. Even if at the time you moved coins, then it was private, someone looking at the chain back in time could see that. So really the only way to prevent this is by keeping the leaks sealed over time, and I'm going to have to, next time I give a talk, have the concrete measurements for you. But there are a few, and we wish to provide them in the Payjoin Devkit.
Hi. How do you handle backward compatibility? So when I show people a QR code with a BC1 address, they know how to pay it. If I show, everybody know how to pay it. But if I will show them a new standard QR code, only some of the users will know how to pay it.
So this is a small problem in my experience. If you look at BTC Pay as checkout, that's a great example of the use of the Bitcoin URI standard, which has been around for almost a decade now. BIP21 upgraded to BIP321 is this common URI that your app knows how to speak. It starts Bitcoin : and then an address, and then some other payment information. A lot of the times it includes a Lightning invoice, or in our case, it'll include PJ equals, and then a rendezvous point. for the interactivity to happen on. And the way I've seen the design community and BTC Pay make this work is by having your QR encode the URI and then having a copy address under it. So if that doesn't work, you can go back and forth between the two, and I think they've seen really good results. You see this in Cash App. Most all of the wallets, even if they don't produce a BIP21, they'll be able to scan it and at least parse that address. So with backwards compatibility, specifically for Payjoin, we use a BIP21. So if your wallet doesn't know, we use a Bitcoin URI, I should say. So if your wallet doesn't know Payjoin, it will at least be able to pick up the address and still send you a non-interactive transaction to your address. But if it does, then it can start the Payjoin interaction and try. And the cool thing is, even if the interaction fails, you can always fall back to that non-interactive, I just send you some money to your address.
Well, I guess you kind of already mentioned them, but in addition to Bull Wallet and Cake Wallet, BTC Pay Server also has Payjoin by default, so they were the first ones to do that.
Yes. Yeah, they have it. Sparrow has it. Wasabi has it. Join Market has it. The difference with Bull Bitcoin and Cake, why I mentioned them specifically, is because they use the new async Payjoin standard and Payjoin Devkit. So a big issue with the BTC Pay one is that you need a hot wallet and you need a server. And the async Payjoin standard, BIP77, makes it so that our clients can rely on a third-party service that is a blind directory that can't see any messages and can't see our IP addresses, thanks to the oblivious HTTP. And then anyone can Payjoin and work with a payment processor or anything. So yeah, huge shout out to Nicholas and Mr. Kooks for getting BIP78, the symbol Payjoin, off the ground in the first place, I think 2017. I'm really just following in their footsteps. Thanks, everyone.
Whoa, thank you, Dan.
Connor, take it away.
All right, testing. It looks like we're working. Timer didn't start yet. You guys can go ahead and hit that. All right. I'm Connor, and I built TuiMINT, a Fedimint TUI wallet. So what is a TUI? It is a terminal UI. It's a persistent process that runs on your machine, like NeoVim, which I've built my slides in right now. TUIs are great for sovereignty because, well, they run on your machine, they're easy to copy, they follow all the 4 principles of FOSS, which, they're easily runnable, easy to modify, optimized for distribution, and they're very easy to improve, usually since they're open source. Also, in my opinion, the web is just kind of messed up. So how did I build it? I built the business logic with the Fedimint client, Rust crate. I told the AI agent specifically not to touch it, and it just went ahead and did that anyways. I used OpenCode to vibe code the TUI portion, the front end that you'll see in a minute, and also I used NeoVim, by the way. Some of you have heard of Fedimint. It is a fault-tolerant eCashMint. TuiMINT is a client for Fedimint, so it gives you your keys, you can store your money on it, and you have full sovereignty over your funds and access to your own key. So here's the live demo. Hopefully it doesn't break. All right, so here's the TUI wallet. This is running in my terminal. You can see on the top I have my balance. I can press S to send, R to receive, etc. So I'll just go ahead and do that. If I press S, I can enter an amount in sats. So I'll just do a small amount for testing. And here's the eCash token. So I can hit C to copy it to my clipboard and escape to close it. Now I'm just going to go ahead and hit receive and just paste that same one in. That little animation was just probably a little bug with the Ratatouille library, but it looks nice. I'll hit enter. Takes a moment, and I've received 4 sats. You can see my balance updated back to the original. Pressing B to refresh balance, that was just a feature the AI added. It's kind of unnecessary. And finally, the best sovereignty feature is I can press E to export my keys, and here's my seed phrase. I mean, you could try to pull this into the Fedi app or something, but you're only going to get testnet sats. I'm not going to do that. So yeah, that's TuiMINT so far. Next, there's some future plans. I was planning on updating my project to support joining and using multiple federations, but unfortunately, it didn't work. I tried bludgeoning the AI agent to death, and it just didn't want to do it. Lightning and on-chain support right now is just eCash notes, but I would love to add Lightning and on-chain to make it a more functional wallet. ASCII QR code so you can kind of scan it, and mouse reporting where you can click with the mouse. And I'm way too lazy to add cache support. People have asked me. I'm sorry, no. So yeah, that's it. There's the GitHub repo if you're interested with some of the worst Rust code imaginable, because I just started writing Rust basically yesterday. Stars appreciated. Thank you. All right, does anyone have any questions?
Hey, testing. Testing, hey. So I'm curious, is there any aspect from a UI or UX point of view that you think a terminal GUI does better than a more traditional like web GUI?
Yes. So this is kind of from a more developer's perspective, but honestly, I believe being able to control a UI with your keyboard is very intuitive, and being able to kind of think about where you lay things out and being able to allow the user to use the keyboard, that's a big thing. Also, it's simplicity. Terminals are much more simple than a GUI where you have a bunch of different options, shadows, gradients, and all that. I like simple UIs. Maybe not everyone does, but that's just my opinion on how it helps with UX.
I've got a question to Fedimint Guardians. Do they have some UI where they're changing configuration and stuff, or is it once they run the Guardian, they let it run? And I'm sort of asking, because I'm wondering if having a TUI would be useful for the Guardians as well.
So yeah, I think there is a web UI for Guardians to use, and each one just kind of spins up their daemon. That's how they kind of control it. It would be nice to build a TUI for that. I may consider it in the future.
Cool.
Yeah.
Great job, TuiMINT.
All right, here we go. Hi, I'm Liz, and I am really excited today to introduce y'all to Bunch, Bitcoin plus loyalty punch card. Bunch. What are we trying to solve with Bunch? Well, Bitcoin merchants should have a great way to reward repeat customers, but they should also be able to do it in a way that is sovereign and privacy preserving. So we have created a drop-in loyalty layer that doesn't require you to change out your point of sale system, doesn't require you to use a specific wallet. We just try to make it really easy for people to give merchants money and merchants to say, here's your punch. Please come back again, collect enough, and I'll give you something for free. Let me show you how it works. So here, we have a merchant who's fully able to create a card. This card is going to be BOGO, baby. Buy one, get one. That means I need one purchase to unlock my reward. And honestly, you got to spend 10,000 sats with me, or I'm not giving you a punch. All right, so let's start our demo. I go over to my customer side. I decide, as the customer, I want to opt in and join to get my punch. Sweet. I see what I need to do. Earn one punch to unlock my reward. Now, we are going to simulate the making of a purchase. All right. Now, we flip over to here. I, as the customer, log that I have done this. The merchant says, yep, you paid me in Bitcoin. And now, bam, it shows up on my loyalty card. You know what? I want my free coffee right now. Let's go ahead and redeem that reward. At which point, the merchant confirms the redemption. I get my coffee. The whole idea here is that we want to make it really easy for any business to be able to offer reward points to their customers just for spending Bitcoin on everyday purchases. The idea is that this will work with your existing Bitcoin stack. At 4.5, refined in Cursor, deployed with GitHub Pages, and the landing page you're looking at right now, my little explainer, that's Shakespeare. Here's what's on the roadmap. If anybody wants to help, I am totally game for help. And I invite you to come check out Bunch, reward your customers, and yeah, go spend some Bitcoin. Thank you.
What surprised you?
What surprised me was that the initial prompt that I gave to Goose steered me toward creating my own payment system. And I was like, this is really not helpful, because I'm not really going to solve my problem if I'm going to have to get everybody to then adopt a whole new set of payments, a whole new set of wallets. And so I actually had to fight with the LLM a bit to be like, no, dude, keep it simple. And that, I think, is something that, especially as someone who relies on quite a bit of AI-driven development, that's something that I think is really important to remember, that the LLM is not supreme, and that we need to be thinking about how we create solutions that are simple and elegant, because that is what will get us the greatest interoperability, it will get us the greatest adoption, and ultimately, I think it's what contributes most to giving people freedom to choose and to, operate how they want to in the world.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great job, Bunch.
Yeah. Hello everyone. I'm Albert, and this is my project Frostal. And I'm going to like a hierarchy at the current like social signature schema. So I think for people here, we all believe that code is a law, but it shouldn't mean that all keys are equal. So in current MPC systems, we ask for like a 3 of 5 multi-sig, but any key in 5 share, their power is equal. But in a real world hierarchy, different power like a CEO or COO or like an intern or junior, they must have like a different power to control. So this is a critical flow, like a generator attack. Like if you still use like a 3 of 5 multi-sig schema and any 3 of the junior, they can attack your treasury. So this is my solution. Like we enforce a rank-based authorization. Like the rank 0 is for your founder, CEO. They are mandatory to sign for your multi-sig. And the rank 1 is like a manager and team lead. And the rank 2 is like someone who you want let them to sign, like a community or intern. So we separate the authority into a different rank and act based on how many rank they need to sign. So this is like mechanism what I change is like we change from like in the current flow system they use Lagrange, like all points are equal. You just get their location, their x and y value. But in a Kickoff, they also use some like a derivative to get more, to separate more power. Like each point not only have their location, they have their speed and their acceleration. So you can put different power in different points. And maybe I think I can just demo here. And for the demo DKG, it's just like a simple DKG schema. They will like share their commitment and aggregate others, make a secret sharing, like a Shamir secret sharing, but based on the Kickoff needed. So it will generate some key. So after running this code, you will like have stored in 10 parties, and I set rank 0 to CEO and rank 1 to 3 folder and rank 2 to 6 people. So yeah, I think we can just test for CEO, CFO, and COO. And since we ask that the valid is for like 0, the first part must be like a tier 0, and second is tier 1, and the third is tier 2. So you can see that I think, yeah, this will success that step 1, generate nonce, and step 2, create your signature share. And you can verify it and by their group public key and verify their signature and get your result. But if you change the COO to some people, yeah, and if they are not allowed for their requirement, they will fail. And also have the web, I vibe coded, and you can still run the DKG for all the things, and you can choose which direct people you want. So this may be failed, and input what you want to sign, and you just, sure, sorry, and yeah. And you can copy to verify section, and it will just like the normal Chanel signature verification, and you just click and verify it. And yeah, it's valid. So I think that's all my demo. Yeah.
This is super interesting, and thanks for working on my on top of my workshop.
Yeah, sure.
It's awesome. My question is, so with these like the secret shares you get with these hierarchical secret shares, how much extra data is that then like the original secret share. Do you know how many like extra points each share has?
Sorry.
Like how much, if you were to make a backup for one of these, if the CEO made a backup, do you know how much bigger the backup would be compared to what it was before? All good if you don't, but I think it's very interesting because it might be smaller than if you were to do each party has multiple shares.
Sorry, I have no idea for like backup. So
yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Questions? Great job, Frostow. Thank you all for coming today. I hope you're doing well. My name is Chad Curtis, and I am here to talk about me. No, not me. Me. So, what is me? Me translates to a grain of rice, the smallest unit, an atomic concept. In Nostr, you are a sovereign individual who owns all of your events, your data. You can go to any relay. You can take your events offline, transfer where have you. That is the promise. However, in reality, this is not always fulfilled. You're subject to the mercy of relay operators, data corruption, the feds knocking down the doors of someone's house and seizing the servers in the living room, or maybe everyone doesn't like you and they delete all your events for what have you or whatever reason. How do you take on this challenge in a world where sovereignty matters above all else, to resist any forms of censorship? Well, this is what Me hopes to solve. Me allows you to take all of your events from various relays and store them locally within your browser in IndexedDB format. It is very similar to the concept of Shakespeare, where, by the way, where this is built, where you can take everything you have and have a truly portable identity, be it your laptop or your mobile device here. I'm going to give a moment for this to import. I know we're on the clock, but hey, look at that cool animation there. Anywho, so what else does Me offer? You can import your entire Nostr history via a JSON-L file. You can export it via JSON-L. You can see the entire history of your events here, which should pop up momentarily, but we'll do the chef special of going over and showing you a prepared dish. So as you can see here, I have all 2,000 or so of my events, relay lists, profile changes, various metadata, kind one notes. I can see what types I've posted throughout the years, or what certain Nostr clients may have posted for me once I hit the trust all button on my signer. Don't ever do that, but anywho. So you got full management over your profile. You can edit this, your actual profile information, relay manager. If you go into said malicious client and they rug your relay list, your contacts, your entire identity by changing your NIT50 or sorry 05 username to something else like I don't know, ditto.pub. That's where I came from at least. You can go here and see recent iterations of this. It will take all of these very core events, store them locally, and give you an audit list to say, hey, this doesn't look right, but this is the one. Let's republish it. You can resync. You can even clear and reset if you decide this is no longer the identity I care about. Cast it to the winds. But anywho, additionally, on top of managing your data, you can see how's the event structured. Are there any hidden tags that have been put in here? Or if you're just curious how it looks like. You can see what relays it was found on in case there's one or more in your relay list where it just didn't show up for whatever reason. You can filter by various relay type, or sorry, kind types. You can even filter by custom kinds, such as the geocaching kind 37516 used on treasures.2. Check it out. And you can see various things I've hidden here. This one's in Taipei. And yes, so you can even filter by texture if so desired. But that is me in a nutshell. You can copy, broadcast, delete if you're signed in. You have full control over your identity, which is more important than ever in this age. There may be tools where you can run stuff on your phone, on a server, or command line, what have you, but me will be with you anywhere, be it here, or if your vision is exceptionally well, here as well. Thank you very much.
Yeah, quick question. Maybe you already covered it. So this is a copy of all of your Nostr data locally. Is there a way to inject it back out? Or if you have notes that you want another service to be able to pick up on, how do you get the data from your local me that's on your phone or your laptop back into these other services and relays?
So you have a few options here, although this probably could be improved in the next iteration, but you can literally export your entire history as a JSON-L file that can then be rebroadcast via other tools such as NAC. If you already have your relay list configured, which is basically the set of relays that you say, I'm okay with my data going to these various locations, then you can click this broadcast button here, and it will go and send it off to your preferred relays, which is very handy if for any reason you sent something like to all 4 of these and only got the 2. Like for instance, like a very important profile update. For any who are curious, I added an extra O to Boo this morning. But yes, so hopefully it's very portable. Ideally, you get an option to say, send it to this relay.
Can you see like a history of your profile? You know, all the updates to your profile?
Technically, yes. So if you're using me and a new profile update comes in, a relay is going to take this as a thing that can be replaced or overwritten, unless they're being naughty or archival in nature. This will, yes, it'll store a full history of all these events. So I did have this morning, but since I cleared IndexedDB so many times, we lost track. The only historical archive we have are the actual relay lists, but they all appear in the same manner. If you look at your profile, you'll see exactly what it looks like and how it may have changed between versions.
Why did you choose that angular animation that you put in there?
I love visual flair, and I had 3 hours, and I wanted to have fun. Plus, I love the aesthetic design of the game Persona 5. You should check it out.
Great job, me.
Thank you, thank you.
Hello. Sorry, am I on? Okay, cool. Hey guys, what's up? So my thing, so the basic idea for mine is it's a binary for verifying Bitcoin blocks. So FBVB, so the name is not very good, it's very descriptive, but here. So the problem, what's the problem today? Problem today is that not many people are validating. How many people run nodes here? Okay, people here validate. That's not a problem for people here. So it's not for you guys, but for the everyday user of Bitcoin, they're not really running nodes. They're not connecting to their nodes with their wallets. And what this means is that you're trusting a third party. So what we've essentially done in about 10 years of Bitcoin is we put trust back in trustless. And this is not good. This is not good for Bitcoin. This is not good for our sovereignty. And so what I really wanted to do is I really wanted to make this simple thing that other developers can take and use so that they can have block validation in their software. So what I did is I made a single binary, and what this does is it does stateless validation. How does it do this stateless validation, you say? So it does this by combining these two projects. One project is called Utreexo. What Utreexo does is it summarizes the UTXO set into a bunch of Merkle trees. And with this, you can have a really, really small state. And so what this state is what will be passing into the binary. And the libbitcoin kernel project, what that does is it allows us to use Bitcoin Core's consensus code outside of Bitcoin Core to build these other sort of consensus implementations. So where can we use these binaries? So this is sort of where I see this binary fitting in. I see it fitting in like hardware and software wallets. We talked about this a lot in the Utreexo project. We really want this in like wireless routers. This past week, I had this really, really fun idea with BitAx, and it was that you could somehow fit in a full node onto the BitAx board and do get block template calls to that node. And also like web browsers, because why not? It's so small that you could just sort of fit in there. And so in this hackathon, these are the things that I've accomplished. It does most checks now. It does proof of work checks. It does Utreexo accumulator checks. This makes sure that the UTXO that you're getting is not just out of random. It also now does transaction script tests as well, script checks as well. And the transaction script checks and proof of work checks, these are all using Bitcoin Core's consensus code. So there's less risk of you being not in consensus alignments with other Bitcoin Core nodes. I really, really like this project, and I don't plan on stopping it after this hackathon. And so what I plan to do is I want to add consensus tests. What I really want to do is I want to put it on ESP32 boards. Hopefully we could put it onto like frost snaps and stuff. And right now the binary isn't as small as it could be, and I think this is because of the libbitcoin consensus kernel. And so I think there's a lot of optimizations to do there as well. So I did realize that the things that I'm saying, there's good ideas, and I could totally be bullshitting out of my mind right now. And so I just pushed this to GitHub. The code is not very readable, but it should build, and you should be able to test that the binary is actually doing what I'm saying it's doing. Before I finish up, I want to do a shout out to these two guys. They do a lot of work on the libbitcoin kernel. Charlatan for just spearheading it for multiple years, and Zero XLT. His PR, his experimental PR right now on Bitcoin Core was what allowed me to do all these different sort of checks. So as for a little demo before we finish, this is basically how you would use the binary. So the binary is called stump. You would give it, hey, like what network am I on? Am I on mainnet? Am I on signet? And then block height, block, Utreexo roots, Utreexo proof, and then the UTXO data, which is the what's committed to the Utreexo roots. And before I finish up, I have this, yes. So it's a lot of jumble, but if I press enter, oh, that's not good. If I press enter, you get the roots at the next block. Thank you, that's all I have.
Do you have a rough idea how small you think you could get it?
There's a bunch of, for the code right now, I am pulling in OpenSSL just because it was just easier to do. So get rid of OpenSSL code. We get rid of all the other code on Bitcoin Core. And if we do that, I want to get it small. So the Utreexo code is small. The other Bitcoin code is big. And so we'll see. But definitely much, much, much less than 1.6 megabytes. Yeah.
You mentioned to eventually be able to run this on a ESP32 board.
Yes.
I guess how much in cost savings would that be for a user compared to, like, let's say, running a full Bitcoin node?
I mean, it depends on like what you define by a full Bitcoin node. But right now, I guess if you buy like an umbrella, it's like $600. So I put web browsers in there. So ESP32 boards, I think they're like $10, but it runs on phones, and phones are much better hardware. So that's like everybody has a phone, so that's 0. So that's infinite savings because you already have a phone.
Great job, functional Bitcoin block validation binary.
Thank you.
We are presenting line pay to Lightning. So I just got to Taiwan. I don't have Taiwan dollars. What the hell is the new Taiwan dollar? I don't know. Everyone takes line pay. Everyone takes cash. I have Bitcoin. So what if we could swap between these two? That's what we do. We've got a decentralized order book that uses Nostr on a progressive web app. So it's on your phone. You can make an offer to give someone Bitcoin if they pay for your bubble tea. Since yesterday, we actually went to the merchants, and at first I thought everyone had like what the butcher has, which is the QR code that you scan and then you punch in the number, but actually everyone takes the red laser and actually beep beeps your phone. So we added that. You can basically just buy Bitcoin as someone with Taiwan dollar without KYC, peer-to-peer. And because the order book's on Nostr, it's really hard to take it down. The front end can just kind of proliferate anywhere. I'll show you the demo, but right now we're depending on trust for the actual back and forth. We could, and I'll show you where we could improve with HODL invoices or like a programmable Spark thing or Arc. These things are all very new, so they don't quite work in the wild yet, but basically to do verification and dispute resolution between the person paying with Line and the person paying with Bitcoin, we'd want to do that. So let me just show you the demo here. Oh, this is a much bigger screen than my computer has. Let's see if this works. It's not this one, it's this one. Okay. Okay, so I want to pay an 888 NTD bill at a merchant. I publish an offer, which should show up on this other side in a moment, if the live demo works. Is this one open? This one's open. This is it. Okay. Then I paste a invoice that someone's going to pay me. It's here. This would be on my phone, but the phone is hard to have two of when I present. So you paste that for the other person to see. I can then go and scan it and pay it. Scan with my phone. Boom. Paid. I know everyone can see that from far away. Once it's paid, it shows up on the other side, and we expect to get the QR from the phone. So then I open Line Pay. I show my my account details. I scan it. That goes to the other person. So I'm sitting on my couch at home with line pay, the person in front of the merchant gets the barcode here. They can then show on their phone to the merchant. The merchant goes beep, beep. The payment, they can say that the merchant scanned it. And then the person on the, whoa, I'm seeing, oh, okay. I see a purple screen. What I really want is my receipt. I can upload my receipt, which would be like there, and then the other person sees the receipt, so they can show the merchant that, oh yeah, I got paid. And then Bitcoin went one way, Taiwan dollar went the other way, no one did KYC, that's it, thank you.
Can you talk a little bit about how you reverse engineered the barcodes / line pay QR codes? Was there an API or documentation, or how did you do that?
So there is an SDK and API and documentation, but there's actually no need. So the barcode just encodes a ephemeral authorization number, which is no longer here, but it showed up on the barcode. So you just use a scanner and scan it in and then re-encode it. You don't need to actually touch the line pay API, so Line doesn't even know this is happening. What we could do in the future with the line pay API would be to authorize a certain amount of money. I think you can make a bot that, like programmably with your Bitcoin wallet, allows you to automatically pay. But this is literally just, it might as well be images back and forth. It's really scanning the QR code and sending the same information to the user on the other side.
How would dispute resolution work? Like, is there something in the receipt that is sort of a certificate, like signed by Line, that this has actually been paid?
So when I went around yesterday to a bunch of these merchants, I found out that there's really a lot of trust involved, actually, in the way people use this. They just kind of scan and they get the ticket in their line. I think there's like a proper number on the receipt you can print that's in what's displayed. But dispute resolution, I think, would have to be somewhat, you could either just read what's on the actual receipt and depend on a third party. You could use reputation. I think ultimately with something like this, there's always some level of trust, which has always been the case with like local Bitcoins and stuff. People build reputation, which with Nostr is kind of cool because you can choose to use an ephemeral key, or you could keep a key that's like your trading profile, and you have reputation build up over time. Awesome. But for actual dispute resolution is basically escrow. You put the Bitcoin in escrow and then only release it once you get the receipt, either with an automated bot or then a second stage, an actual human verifying in chat.
Great job, Line Pay.
It's great to be here, and I love that there's like this technical Bitcoin conference. I think it's amazing and it's very much needed. So, props for this event and so on. So, my name is Oscar. I'm going to talk about how CK enables sovereignty, and I'm also going to talk about programmable cryptography more generally. Just briefly about me. Here's my handle, website. Right now, I'm a co-lead of a team called IPTF, Institutional Privacy Task Force. Previously, I wrote a mini book on CK called CK Intro. I also did a bunch of like toolings. I worked on a library called MoPro, which does things like making client-side proving for mobile phones easier. I also worked on a peer-to-peer messaging protocol called Vacu, which has a focus on privacy and sensor persistence, and a bunch of other things. So just seeing the theme of this conference, in terms of event, in terms of sovereignty. I'm just curious, like look it up in like what's the etymology of this word? It's like state or character of being in control or being in power, and being in power of what, right? And that's what I'll touch on in this talk. Maybe like when it comes to like money or communication or markets and notions of identity. So from like my Bitcoin point of view, like there's these kind of obvious practical principles that we care about, right? Like self-custody, like not your keys, not your Bitcoin. Anyone can verify on a node, and you don't want to sort of outsource notion of truth. Permissionless participation, so not having any kind of gatekeepers to transact or publish or coordinate. Also kind of like privacy as a kind of optionality, if you will, so avoiding turning your life into this permanent public record that people can misuse in various ways that are very hard to predict. And I guess part of what I'm trying to impart today is like that programmable cryptography with it we can extend the same instinct beyond just money. So what we want is like we want proofs, not permissions. We want to have minimal disclosures, so you sort of can choose selectively what you want to reveal, and want to verify and not outsourcing what truth is, right? We want to be able to verify that ourselves. A few takeaways. So zero-knowledge proofs gives us two superpowers, privacy and compression. Most data online is already cryptographically signed, and we can make this signed data useful and portable and actually use it where we care about it. For this talk, we'll do three things. We'll first start off with like a bit of motivation, then we have like a very high level overview, like introduction to zero-knowledge proofs, and then we'll look at a few case studies when it comes to money, communications, markets, and identity. So I just want to go back. So this was a talk by Cory Doctorow in 2011 at CCC. And he was talking about this war or coming war in general computation. Like, what do you have? If you have a device, can you compute whatever you want? And like, who sets the limit and how does that work? And we've seen a theme shift a little bit here. Like it used to be the copyright wars, and then it became more about like freedom of speech, financial surveillance, and recently things like deplatforming. But I think it's very central to this like recurring question on like who gets to run some computation, what do you need permission for, how do you verify things, and so on. More recently, there's obviously this legislation proposals in EU which are very worrying in terms of like chat control, where basically they want to mandate backdoors into end-to-end sort of protocol, like Signal and so on. And this has been a recurring thing, people saying like privacy is dead and so on, and we want to be able to control how you communicate and install these backdoors and so on. And I guess this gets to the core of the question, like who is forced to reveal private communication, how can we guard against that and so on. And even if you own your device, there can be these various policies and push towards mandatory disclosures, and it's a worrying trend. This is kind of obvious, but just like where more and more our lives are online, we generate more and more data, but like how is this data being used, who owns it, and what can you do with it, and so on. And generally this is like concentration forces where it ends up being concentrated into the hands of like a few big corporations often. So where is all this data? It's obviously stuck in like a lot of data silos, like Web 2 companies, like your Googles and Facebooks and Amazon. It also maybe belongs to banks or governments. And then there's a small minority that's like self-hosted, so maybe you run a server at home, end-to-end encrypted, so no one can read it if you have a signal chats or whatnot, and Bitcoin, which is kind of replicated for everyone and owned by everyone. And I guess the key question is like, even if you own it, like you have a Google account or whatnot, often you can't use it freely. It's not actually yours. You're kind of renting it, if you will. Related to that, there's like a lot of cryptographic matter out there. So obviously in like blockchain context and end-to-end protocols, but also when we just talk about like what internet is in general, like HTTP, it's all built on HTTPS and TLS. That's sort of, it's all cryptographically signed. And the same thing is true for emails. We have these DKIM signatures, as well as digital documents. Your passports or documents are often signed by some authority. And I guess one question is like, can we use this sort of make data more portable? This goes back to sort of the crypto wars, the original one in the 90s, where it used to be the case that like having some encryption algorithm that was seen as like a weapon basically, and there was this controversy like, can you put on a t-shirt and cross the border? And it might sound like a joke now, but it was like a real thing. And this goes to the heart of like permissionless and like, can we compute how we want to? And obviously now in hindsight, we won that war. It's over, but you see this coming up and again and again. And like, after there was one in the 90s, that's how you got the modern internet, right? And we see multiple types of iteration that are related to this. And Bitcoin works, right, because you don't need permission to verify. And what we want to do is be able to extend that pattern beyond just pure money. If you think about sovereignty and sort of how it scales from like I guess a plurality point of view, like you don't just want sort of this mountain man, isolated individual that's like living in a mountain, have their own water supply and hunts their own food or whatnot. But you also don't want sort of this top-down king tyrant control. You want to have something, I guess, in between where you have tools and coordination mechanisms for cooperating across differences. And programmable cryptography basically helps us encode these trust constraints into things that you can verify. And you can also think of Taiwan as like a little bit of a case study in some of these things and how to build these kind of plural and resilient coordination mechanisms. So I mentioned programmable cryptography. I'm just going to give like a very high-level overview of what I mean by it. So cryptography is obviously about securing digital information. Programmable cryptography is when you have cryptography and you add some computation on top of it. So it has a bunch of tools in a toolbox. So things like CK, synology proofs, MPC, multi-party computation, FHC, fully homomorphic encryption, IO, which is like indistinguishable obfuscation, which is kind of a God mode, and more on the theoretical side. And a very basic example is that you can prove that you're about the age of 18 but revealing anything else. That's the only piece of information that you reveal, nothing else. And if CK is single player, then MPC and FHC is multiplayer. You can also combine these various things. For example, you can have verifiable FHC with CK FHC. You can have things like collaborative snarks, where you have CK but in a two-party computation and so on. And I guess the details here are not super important. The point here is more that you have kind of this mental model, that you have these flexible Lego blocks that allows us to solve these trust problems. So, starting with sort of the OG in this space, if you will, synology proofs. I'll assume that a lot of you in this room have probably heard the term, but maybe you're not familiar with it. This will be like a very friendly intro, high level. If you know CK well, feel free to zone out briefly. But just to give you an idea of what this is about. So what you can do with synology proofs is you can prove arbitrary statements. It's general purpose, so Turing complete. It has two key properties. So the first is privacy, so selective disclosure. You only selectively reveal the thing that you want to reveal. And the second is compression, so it has this succinct verification property. So if you have a blockchain and you have a bunch of state transitions, you basically can prove that all of those state transitions are valid in a single, concise, succinct proof. And you only prove that the statement is true, nothing else. That's the only information bit that you reveal. You might think, like, how is this even possible? There's a lot of math behind it. Very high-level intuition sort of give you some ideas. This is idea of where's Waldo, where basically you're trying to find where Waldo is, and I can prove to you that I know where Waldo is without revealing where he is. And how might I do that? So imagine if this is like a postcard, and then I have a bigger piece of paper in front of it. What I can do is I can position the postcard maybe in this corner or this corner or this corner, and then I make a tiny hole. And in that tiny hole, you can see that Waldo exists. So you know that I know where Waldo is, but you don't actually know where on the postcard Waldo is. So that's obviously just a toy example, but to give some intuition of how it's possible. How we actually do it is more based on polynomials and various types of math that we won't have time to go into in this talk. But why should you care about this? Why should you care about this technology? So this is two codes I like. So one is the privacy is the power to selectively reveal oneself to the world from the Cypherpunk Manifesto. And the other is by a mathematician called Whitehead, beginning of this century, which is that civilization advances by extending the number of operations we can perform without thinking about them. So obviously privacy, that's one of the properties we talked about, and then you can sort of selectively choose what you reveal. And the other is more, I guess, in terms of compression and basically taking a bunch of statements and getting it down to the essence. What is the proof? What is the building block that I actually care about in building other systems? So how does it work? So some more intuition here. It's kind of, you have this special program, and it's made out of constraints. So if you've done constraints programming, you're familiar with it. If, for example, you have something like Sudoku, one constraint there is that you have, in the row, you need to have numbers 1 through 9, and they need to all be present and all be unique. And the same thing is true for all the rows and all the columns and all the squares. So those are a set of constraints that have to be satisfied. And I can basically create a special program that expresses those constraints, and then I have a solution that satisfies those constraints. So you have an empty-ish, like a starting point of Sudoku, that's like what's public, and then what is private is actually the solution that Sudoku puzzle. And you have two roles, so you have a prover and a verifier, where the prover is kind of creating the proof, and the verifying is verifying the proof. The verifier themselves can either live on-chain, as kind of automated verification process, or it can live off-chain. So it can be done on a phone, in a browser, smart contract, what have you. And you have this separation between private input and public input. So in the Sudoku example, the starting point would be the public input, and then the solution that you as a prover, proving that you know the solution to this puzzle, that would stay private. So why is this a thing now? Why are we talking about it now? So it's quite a new field. Mathematically, it was only sort of solidified or even introduced in the 80s. And then there's been lots of advances, starting off more on the theory side and so on, and creating these like advancement in terms of affordances and what is possible. So back when it came out in the 80s, it was very theoretical. It was more like, oh, this is something you could do, but it was actually not practical for anything. But what you've seen then is there's this kind of Moore's law, where every year or every other year you have a 10x sort of increase in terms of the type of problems you can address. And there's lots and lots of different flavors of these systems that allows you to sort of tackle harder and harder problems. So back then it was like you can't do anything with it, and now you can run a computer with these protocols. There's also been like a sort of feedback loop, because there's a very growing need, especially in a blockchain context. So there's been a lot of investment into R&D for these reasons. And it's very complementary in terms of sort of blockchain technology and the CK proofs and the properties they have, as we'll see soon. So CK has been around since the 80s, but that was a theoretical kind of construct. The first protocol actually made it real was Zcash back in 2014, starting with a paper. So even though it started with this paper, it only became like practical to use like this year, basically. So like it's a long process, obviously. And since then, since 2014, there's been lots of progress in terms of rollups and CK VMs and CK email and CK TLS and a bunch of things that we'll go into soon. So just briefly on like synod proofs and public blockchains and how to think about them. So blockchains, they have two very nice properties. They are sensor persistent and transparent. Right? Sensor persistent because you have the same copy, multiple, like spread out throughout the world, and transparent as well, which allows for the verification. Synod proofs have kind of the flip side of those properties. So it has privacy and compression. And transparency is very good in terms of verification, but one of the problems, right, is that you don't have privacy with that necessarily. So you leak a lot of information. And on the flip side, if you think about sensor persistence, what that requires is that you need to have this distributed ledger that exists throughout the world. And that means that the block size has to be very small, so you don't have a lot of information that can go in them. But because synod proofs, sort of, you compress things into a very small space, you can actually make very, very good use of that limited space. So they're very complementary. And this is what has led to things like Zcash and rollups and private pools and so on. In the Bitcoin world, it's like BitVM. Right, which has more of an optimistic approach. So it's not directly like an on-chain verifier. That's like a bigger question, how to make that possible. But there's some movement towards that. But I also want to get across is that like synod proofs can be used without blockchains. Like they are kind of orthogonal technologies, if you will. And I think a lot of the interesting use cases also are things that are not necessarily sort of in a blockchain context. So we'll go through a few case studies here. So we'll look at money, communication, markets, and identity, and sort of see how to think about them from like a sovereignty point of view. What are the primitives that are relevant? What are sort of the new capabilities you get? Sort of the building blocks that are needed for it. And I just want to do like a throwback here. So this is a post by Satoshi on the Bitcoin Talk forum in 2010. And basically it was about these like private payments and so on. And can you use, it was like a question, can you use synod proof for these, this type of, for Bitcoin and blockchains and so on. And at the time, the answer was not clear. It's like, it seems cool, but we have no idea how to do it. And since then, there's been like, obviously, a lot of advances here in terms of how to even think about this problem, as well as actually making it practical. So this was like an idea back then, and it was like, oh, that's cool, but we don't know how to do it. But now we actually have a pretty good understanding of how to do it. And this leads into sort of the private payments use case with Zcash as an example. So a big problem with transparent ledgers is that you carry this kind of permanent record of like who is sending money to who, right? And what CK enables is that you can have kind of validity without revealing sender, receiver, and amount. So you have this kind of shielded transfer construct. And this gives some kind of sovereignty in terms of that you can pay and receive without permission and without some kind of global observability. So not sort of creating this honeypot, if you will. And you can basically regain these cash-like fungibility properties here, where one unit of something is the same as one unit of something else. And there are more examples than just payments here. We'll go into that soon when we talk about markets. But I want to switch over to talking about communication here. So CK voting is an example with Macy, where a big problem is that if you have some kind of digital identity system, digital voting system. You have these public votes. There's a lot of attack vectors. You have coercion, retaliation, and vote buying. And you can also have, like, if you have like a kind of a centralized tallying system, then you sort of have trusting that authority to sort of count things and so on. And with CK voting, what you can do is you can sort of prove eligibility in some way, some kind of group membership, and then you can prove that tallying is done correctly and keeping the votes themselves private. And there's a protocol that does this called MACI, which has this private coercion-resistant voting for communities. So it also sort of has some protection in terms of not being able to reveal after the fact who you voted for, which gives it some kind of coercion resistance as well. And it's based on this kind of group membership, and then there's different ways you can enter that group depending on what you're actually using it for. Another example when it comes to communication is anonymous rate limiting. This is something I worked on before, rate limiting nullifier. And the problem here is that in open P2P networks, they often get spammed, or you end up with some kind of permission system. And proof of work is amazing for consensus, but it's not great as like a universal app layer spam fix. And the reason for that is because if you want to participate in this network from like a mobile phone or a browser, the proof of work that you can generate from a phone or browser is very limited. So from a security point of view, it's very easy to spin up a powerful server and spam the network, right? So you need something similar that works better in heterogeneous environments. And this is what rate limiting nullifier does. So it's a CK-based rate limiting protocol that allows you to prove that you're allowed to send a specific rate. So it might be 1 message every second, or maybe 10 messages every 5 seconds, or whatnot, without revealing who you are. So each message is not tied to the sender. And if you exceed this rate, it can still be punished and slashed, depending on how you design things. And this is based on Shamir secret sharing. And this can be used in, for example, peer-to-peer messaging protocols. So we use it in VACO or LAN Relay, which is like a gossip sub-based protocol, where you can sort of have a kind of more secure channel that is, you can put like in some economic security margin on it. And again, you have some kind of membership contract, and that can either be an economic stake, or it can be some kind of reputation, or you have like an email address or whatnot. There's different ways of designing that. Going into markets, like 3 example problems, like one is in terms of on or off ramping, so bridging rails. Like how do you prove some kind of off-chain payment from an account without centralized trust? Another problem is in terms of shared private state. So a lot of markets, when you have 2 assets, you need sort of some multi-party private computation in terms of doing order matching and dealing with risk and so on. A third one, which I won't go into here, is in terms of protection of intents when trading. So if you have mempools and how to deal with that. But before we get into that, I want to talk about like a building block that's used for this. So this is CK email, and it's basically this observation, built on this observation that you have DKIM signatures in almost every email going back like at least the last few years. And emails themselves, they contain like a lot of signed data. And what you can do with CK email is basically proving claims about email and the concept of them without exposing your inbox. So you can prove that you received from a certain address, or you can prove there's a specific text string in it or whatnot. And if you think about it, your emails have like a lot of information. You have like your flight ticket here, your hotel reservation, your conference ticket, and all kinds of things. And you can use that in other systems, and treating it as basically as infrastructure. And this is exactly what CKPTP does, which is kind of this market bridge that exists, and it's live. It's used a lot in India specifically, actually. And it has this trust minimized P2P on-ramp where you can sort of send fiat to crypto, and it's built on top of CK email. So for example, if you have something like a Venmo or whatnot, you can use the payment confirmation email as kind of proof of payment and then crypto. So it allows you to sort of not have any KYC and sort of do the on-ramping in less than 60 seconds. So it's kind of a useful market primitive in terms of reducing the need for a trusted escrow and not having to deal with as much fraud and KYC and all of these types of things. And it's completely permissionless, so Venmo or whatever, they are not part of this. So this works great when you have sort of emails with good structured data, but that's not always the case. Like for example, there's some fintech apps that don't have this kind of payment confirmation emails, and there's like a lot of other data that you would like to get to. So for example, if you think about like banking UIs, like maybe proving that you have certain balance in your bank account and so on. So what can you do with that? What's the sort of more general source of truth? And this leads us to another post on Bitcoin Talk Forum. So this is TLS Notary. So this was written in 2013, and back then it was just like a crazy idea. Sorry. Back then it was just like a crazy idea, but now it's starting to become, it is reality, and it's actually becoming quite mature. So what is CKTLS or TLS Notary? So it basically provides portable web provenance. So the web obviously runs on HTTPS and TLS. And with TLS, you get origin and integrity, but you don't get data portability. So what TLS does is it adds a verifier where you can prove what the server said without revealing anything else. And this is doing this with MPC, specifically 2PC, so it's a two-party computation protocol, so not just C key as a primitive. And the problem here is that clients can forge something. They can say, like, the server said this. But what you do, the solution is that you have this 2PC protocol in the TLS connection itself, and it's sort of not man-in-the-middle attackable. And you have an identifier verified that sort of you don't need to reveal everything to, you just reveal the sort of things that you're trying to prove. It's a very, very powerful primitive that you can use to sort of take data from any kind of centralized API, Amazon Web Service thing, bank statements, government systems, anything, and it's completely permissionless, right? You can move and prove that you have received, you have some piece of information from some centralized system and use it as a building block in other systems. So that's pretty cool. Another example here is in terms of private DeFi. So this protocol called Railgun has this transparent on-chain market. Like, the problem is that you have transparent on-chain markets. This is a bigger problem in the Ethereum space just because of the account model and so on. But you're revealing things like inventory and positions and so on. And you basically want to reduce these kind of problems, adversarial execution and so on, by having more privacy guarantees. And what Railgun does is it has this a CK privacy system for interacting with on-chain apps without having this traceability. So you can enter like a shielded pool, and you can do transactions within that pool, and no one else can see what's going on, basically. And this is live. It has like $4 billion in volume, so it's pretty cool. Another example here is like generalizing it further, so this idea of like programmable privacy and having private shared state. This is more kind of frontier technology, so you have things like Aztec, which is a layer 2 in Ethereum, and primitives like Tasio. And I guess the problem here is that many market structures, you need more than just one user prove something. As I mentioned before, Seek is kind of single player, and MPC, FHC is more multiplayer. And what you get with something like Aztec is you get programmable privacy. So you can have this private smart contracts and private application logic. So if you do some kind of trade, you can keep that transaction private. This is done with, for example, Tasio, which is a pretty exciting primitive, which has this collaborative snarks concept, where basically you're doing a CNRs proof together, and you sort of split the witness and get some kind of private shared state that way. Taking like a bit step back and looking not just at these like sort of more frontier stuff, there's also more mundane things, if you will. So when we talk about like the concept of identity, where I think the way to think about it is we're trying to prove properties. We're not trying to prove identity. We don't want a global ID. What we actually want is some kind of selective disclosure. We want to be able to sort of prove certain properties and have this kind of pluralistic notion of identity. So you have multiple properties that you can prove depending on whatever documents or things you have available, right? So this is not just in a global passport kind of context. It's also like if you have a Twitter account or Nostr or whatever it is. So properties you might want to prove is like you're above the age of 18, you're like resident or member of some group, you have some credential X, you're eligible for program Y or whatnot. And you can use this as an identity proof for like voting markets and social key recovery and all kinds of things. So 2 examples here that's using, sort of interacting with the real world, if you will, so Open Passport and Rarimo. So basically it allows you to get verifying password data and signatures inside a CNRs proof. Because all passports since a few years ago have these kind of signature in them, so you can basically just scan it, and then you can prove that you have a valid passport and prove specific properties on it. And basically have this kind of selective disclosure saying, this is a valid passport, I'm based in this country, I'm above the age of 18, and that's all. And you get this kind of portable eligibility across apps, and that's the only thing you reveal. One thing that's kind of interesting about Rarimo is that it's actually deployed in multiple jurisdictions. So it's deployed in Ukraine, Russia, and Georgia. And obviously they're very different from a geopolitical point of view. In Ukraine, it was sort of more symbiotic, if you will, in Georgia as well. But in Russia, it's obviously more adversarial, and they had like some kind of shadow election stuff going on. And you can do a lot of cool things with this. And Aadhaar is another example. So there's a system, identity system in India called Aadhaar, has 1 billion users. People use it every day. When you apply for a job, mortgage, renting a new place, what have you, you basically send this PDF that's signed and has all the information, has your address and everything. This is how people do it. And this is obviously a problem because you might, if you apply for something, you don't necessarily like you don't necessarily want to give up all your personal information, right? So Anahadar is a permissionless protocol on top of this that basically allows you to prove properties about your Aadhaar. So maybe that you're based in a specific region or whatnot. And I guess the key point here is that we can take all of these systems that already exist, and then we can prove properties on them and do it in a completely permissionless way. So zooming out a little bit, programmable cryptography. So Synology proofs is kind of mature. It's great for things that are like your private data. When we talk about MPC, FHC, it's more multi-party, so shared private data, like private state among multiple participants. And then you have various combinations that you can combine CK and MPC. You can do things like co-SNOCs and so on. And then you have more theoretical things like witness encryption and I/O and so on. And the goal here is that these are like tools that we can use to sort of minimize trust and sort of build these systems. And I think one way I like to think about it is kind of hard and flexible, like bamboo and carbon fiber. So the hardness comes from like cryptographic soundness, kind of like hard money or rule of law, or cryptographic, like trusting the specific math assumptions and so on. And the flexibility comes more in terms of being able to work with existing protocols and institutions and whatnot, and building new tools basically, and being flexible to the environment that you're in. And this very much ties into the notion of sovereignty, that you have this kind of robust fundamental, but then you're also adaptable depending on what you're trying to do. So to recap, programmable cryptography enables sovereignty. You get sort of privacy, selective disclosure. It's very cheap to verify with sort of the succinct checks. And you also get things like portable verifiability, where you can take data and make it usable outside of the original silo that exists in. And we saw like a bunch of different examples, from Zcash to Macy to TLS to Open Passport. And just a final shout out. So I wrote this mini book. If you're curious more about Synology proofs and so on, I have a few copies I give out, so you can come up to me after this talk. The first one is basically a general introduction, even for non-technical people. The second one is if you're an engineer and you want to understand how to code these things. And the third one is getting some intuition of the math and how this is even possible. And here's some links. That's it for me. Any questions?
Hello? Yeah, thanks for your talk, actually. It was very informative. Do you think or perceive that, I guess, the sort of conservatism, which may be characterized by like the HODL movement in Bitcoin since the block size wars, is now kind of holding Bitcoin back from, you know, fully implementing things like ZK? For example, of that might be that, you know, processing ZK proofs, validating ZK proofs would be an order of magnitude more efficient in BitVM if, for example, opcat and opmul were reactivated. But I hear from folks, longtime Bitcoiners, not on my Bitcoin, it'll never happen.
It's a great question. I'm conflicted about it. So full disclosure, I am originally I am a Bitcoin user and so on. On the sort of day-to-day, I'm more in the sort of privacy, secret space, and a little bit more towards Ethereum. I do think it's great that Bitcoin is conservative because it has a lot of assets. I think the concern with a lot of ecosystems is that they are trying to do things too fast, and it also opens up to all kinds of governance attacks and so on. So I do think there's a strength that you want to keep. That said, I am more on the side of, like, I think something like opcat would be very useful. I do think it's useful, like, you want to have some kind of conservativeness and making sure that you introduce things very mindfully, and it might be okay with it taking many years. But I do think something like opcat would be useful. I also want to point out that, like, I think a lot of these things can be done in, like, you have things like a BitVM and so on, and there's some other ideas. I think Liam Egan has talked about some design ideas on how to think about this. So it's not, I don't think there's an easy answer. Like, make haste slowly, I would say. Like, if there's something that's obviously a great idea and you have a very clear path how to do it, and to do it in a secure way, then I think it makes sense to push for it. But it's also one of the greatest assets that it is more conservative and more hard in that. And then other ecosystems start experimenting more, and you can do things with, like, various types of layer 2s or even outside of blockchain space entirely.
My question is, like, how would you recommend someone, like, learns more, like, from the math side and the more technical side? Like what's the best avenues? Obviously, you've produced some like documents, so that's on that website as well. I assume. And then like what's sort of like the next steps from there?
Sure. Yes, I would start by reading my booklets. That's a great starting point. I've tried to write them in such a way that, for example, on the math side, if you have a STEM degree and it's been like 10 years, you can still understand it. That would be a good starting point. Then it depends a lot on like what specifically you want to learn. There's a lot of rabbit holes you can fall into. We previously in Taiwan had some kind of CKA education programs and so on. I'm not sure if they might continue, but there's also like a lot of resources online, depending on how deep you want to go into. It's like this could be like a master computer science course that you can take. There's a book by Thaler, which is more on the academic side. On the practical side, I think a lot of it depends on like what environment you want to program in, because there's different types of programming environments that you can use. I think in the book that I'm writing about, what I'm trying to do is give you an intuition, and then you can apply it to different types of stacks, because there's one where you sort of low level, kind of Circon, for example, is like kind of assembly of CK. There's others which are more like CKVMs, where actually you just write Rust, and it's just like a different compilation target. So it very much depends on specifically what you're trying to achieve. But there's like a lot of resources out there. I think there's also like some awesome CKP, GitHub repo, and so on. But we're happy to talk more about specifically what you're interested in after this.
Hi, I have a question more on the identity side, because that's what we work on. I don't know if you are, I mean, from my understanding, you don't work directly on that, so maybe that's not a question for you, but still I'll try. What do you think about the kind of problem of matching a document with an actual person? Because with that, basically, you can prove like this physical passport is for somebody who's above 18, but you're not proving that this is me. Like if I steal your passports, I can. And do you think that's actually like applicable in the real world, where usually, like if I sign up to an exchange, they ask for my passport and like a face selfie scan? Can that also be done in zero knowledge? I guess that's much more complicated.
It's a good question, and there's actually one interesting direction. It remains to be seen exactly how robust it is, but it's this concept of CKML, CK machine learning, where there's a team, Raramo, they did this thing where basically you have this machine learning problem. You basically, when you take a photo, you can have it. You can do a CK proof that the photo you're taking actually matches the photo in your passport. So stuff like that. Obviously, it can be gamed. It's like a little bit sketch, but there's things like in that direction you can do. There's other things that are a bit more complex, where you have multiple documents and you match one field in one document and another document. There's a organization called Sears Park that's working on that in terms of how to compose these properties from different sources and so on. But it's not a trivial problem, and I would say it's even less of a trivial problem in the normal world, right? Because identity theft is a real thing. Like people just take passport scans and sell them on darknet, and with AI, it's kind of trivial to just generate new passports and stuff. So I would actually say it's a bigger problem in the legacy world, if you will, because you don't actually you're not relying on cryptographic hardness necessarily. So TBD.
Yeah, and just another question, because I'm curious. Do you think it would be possible to kind of flip the problem and instead, like let's say I'm running a verification service in my own cloud, can I do it blindly? Like can you, like homomorphic encryption and stuff like that, can you provide an encrypted picture and I process this picture without seeing what's inside, but I get like an output that says true or false? Is that also considered zero knowledge, or is it a different kind of branch of math?
Yeah, you can do it. I think that would be more on the FHC side, and that's something what people are working on. I think one problem with FHC is that it's quite kind of expensive, so there's only specific problems you can use it for. But it's definitely something that is possible. There's one that's more in the direction of what you're talking about. Like there's a camera standard where basically you get signed photos. And one problem that exists is obviously because you can take a photo and you can. It's hard to distinguish if something is a real photo or if something is faked. And there's a camera stand where you have a signed image. The problem with that is that you often want to do some modifications. So maybe you want to crop the image, you want to grayscale it, and so on. And what you can do with CK is you can prove that those transformations are valid and that the photo actually came from a specific camera. Obviously, doesn't get rid of the whole problem, but what you're doing is you're trying to minimize trust assumptions based on whatever systems you have available.
Yeah, thank you. That's super cool.
Another round of applause for Oscar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey guys, my name's Gigi. I'm here from the Bull Bitcoin team. But today, more than focusing on the exchange, I'll be focusing on our wallet, which is called the Bull Wallet. And the name of the talk is Sovereign by Design, how Bull Wallet embodies Bitcoin's original ethos. So, before I get into the wallet and giving you an overview of some features, essentially I want to open it up with a quote from Eric Hughes from the Cypherpunk Manifesto. Privacy is necessary for an open society in the electronic age. We cannot expect governments, corporations, or other large organizations to grant us privacy. So, self-sovereignty through code, not institutions, privacy as a fundamental right, not a privilege, and cryptography as the foundation of freedom. The current state of mobile wallets, most users, Bitcoin users today use custodial wallets, so third parties controlling your keys, KYC requirements, data collection and surveillance, and of course, single points of failure. On the other hand, we have the self-custody wallets, but most of them still are limited in protocol support, closed source components, privacy leaks, and poor UX for advanced features. So that's why we launched Bull Wallet, which is Bitcoin only, fully open source, uncompromising. We have our MIT license, so 100% open source, zero data collection, so there's no KYC, no in-app tracking, and of course, it's Bitcoin only. So how did Bull come to be? So the Bull Bitcoin legacy, as Nifty mentioned, we are originally a Canadian exchange that launched back in 2015, so just over a decade ago. But since then, we have expanded to other regions, predominantly Mexico, Costa Rica, Argentina, also Colombia as out of the latest, and we have 3 more interesting regions which we'll be announcing in the coming months. And essentially the vision behind Bull was 2 years ago in 2023, our CEO, Francis Pouliot, set out to build his own optimal Bitcoin wallet for himself. So the idea wasn't let's just create a wallet. He wanted the wallet for himself because none of the existing wallets really catered to his needs. A wallet that does not compromise on sovereignty, privacy, or technical excellence, and a wallet that respects users as sovereign individuals and not data sources. So that's how Bull Wallet journey began. And 2 years later, after painstaking work and loads of blood, sweat, and tears that went into it, officially in October of 2025, we did launch Bull Wallet, both on Android and iOS worldwide. So it's fully open source, integrating cutting-edge Bitcoin protocols while maintaining accessibility. So to give you a little bit of an overview of the technical architecture, and by the way, I'm not a developer or technical guy. I lead the self-custody educational content at Bull Bitcoin, but I had to bring in some technical aspects to Bitcoin++. So in the wallet, you essentially have 2 wallets. You have an on-chain wallet, which we call it Secure Bitcoin. The reason we do that is the goal of the wallet was not just to cater to hardcore power Bitcoin users, but also to beginners to make it as seamless as possible. So you have your on-chain Bitcoin wallet, which is a BIP84, so native SegWit. It's an HD wallet with full coin control, custom fees with RBF, so you can actually broadcast sub 1 sat per VByte transactions. And then the second wallet is the instant payments wallet, which is essentially your Lightning and Liquid wallet. Lightning works via Bolt's atomic swaps, so it's a native Liquid network by design. And there's a few reasons for that. Francis has done many talks on that. He explains it better, but in a nutshell, the reason we went with Lightning, with Liquid instead of Lightning, was that economically, Lightning wallets are not that great if fees spike. So at the moment, we have super low fees and it's viable. But once fees pick up, it's really expensive to open closed channels, rebalance. Whereas with Liquid, you eradicate that part. And the other part that we really like about the Liquid network is that all transactions are confidential. So as you'll see in this presentation, we really focus on privacy. And any way we can maximize user privacy, we're all for it. So to show you some unique features about Bull Wallet, the first one is Payjoin support. So for those of you who were here in the morning and you heard Dan's talk from the Payjoin Foundation, we do have Payjoin natively integrated in the Bull Wallet. It's a BIP78 breaking chain analysis. So collaborative transactions, breaking common input ownership, enhanced privacy, and it's also optional for every transaction. What I mean by that is if you're sending an on-chain transaction from your Bull wallet to, let's say, Phoenix or Moon or any other wallet, you can't actually use the Payjoin function because the receiving wallet needs to have Payjoin support. However, if you're sending a transaction from your Bull wallet to another Bull wallet, Payjoin is automatically enabled and everything is done in the background, so you don't have to manually select anything. The other part that we're really proud about the wallet is hardware wallet integration. So a lot of mobile wallets allow you to connect a hardware wallet, but it's just a watch-only wallet. You can't actually use it to sign and broadcast transactions. And this is something that we do allow our users to do with Bull Wallet. So we have already several popular hardware wallets that we support. We started off with Cold Card Q, and then we went for the DIY signer trilogy, Seed Signer, Spectre, and Crooks. Then, of course, also Blockstream Jade. And today, actually, so you're hearing it first, in about 7-8 hours, we'll be announcing Foundation Passport support. So we've been basically every week rolling out, announcing new hardware wallets. We have a few more, which we will be rolling out in early January. And from then on, we always listen to our users and basically, if there's more need for other wallets, we'll always happy to add them. All the PSBTs are signed in an air-gapped fashion, so it all happens through QR. You don't actually have to connect anything or use a Bluetooth connectivity. And of course, privacy by default, no analytics, no tracking servers, no phoning home. Your wallet talks directly to the Bitcoin network. Some other unique features and innovations that we've done. So this is probably my personal favorite one, which is automated atomic swaps. So if you remember, I mentioned in the Instant Wallet, it's a Liquid wallet, but you can also receive and send Lightning transactions. How it works is we have Bolt's exchange working in the background, which atomically swaps the transactions, may that be on-chain to Liquid, Liquid to Lightning. And what we have with atomic swaps, maybe I should have actually put a screenshot of what it looks like, but I can show you later in person. You can set thresholds for your instant payment wallet once the balance is reached. So for example, 1 million sats, 5 million, 10 million sats. You can set an automatic swap where it swaps your Liquid Bitcoin into on-chain Bitcoin. So you don't have to basically be stacking Liquid or Lightning Bitcoin for big amounts. And you have a choice to either swap it to your secure, so your hot on-chain wallet within the Bull wallet, or since you can connect your hardware wallets, you can have the atomic swap go directly into your cold storage, which I think makes it super easy for beginners that just want to regularly stack in, call it the most private way through Liquid, and then having that transaction swap to on-chain in cold storage, can fully automate it. So how I like to explain it to beginners, if you want to just set up a DCA, you can do a monthly DCA from your bank account to your Bull Bitcoin account. You set your recurring buys daily, weekly, monthly. You buy via Liquid straight from Bull Bitcoin. It goes into your instant payment. Once the threshold is reached, the automatic atomic swap happens, and it sends it out to your cold storage. And you never have to power up your cold storage. You never have to go to your Bull wallet or open up your bank. So you can fully automate your DCA in the most sovereign way. And then the second part is recoverable protocol. So this is one of the latest features that we released. It's an encrypted vault backup system, which essentially is end-to-end encrypted, no seed storage on one specific server. It uses a multi-device recovery and self-custodial backup. So to go into a little bit more details on that, because whenever people hear encrypted vault backups on a cloud, they straight away think it's a red flag. So to break it down a little bit, the problem that we're trying to fix with this solution is most users lose their Bitcoin due to lost seed phrases, not theft. But traditional cloud backups expose seeds to providers. So Recoverable solves this with split key architecture. So there's a 2 of 2 isolated storage. You have an encrypted backup file stored on a cloud of your choice. May that be Google Drive, iCloud, or if you have Nextcloud, if you run your own cloud server. Decrypt the key stored on an anonymity key server over Tor. Neither parties can access your wallet alone. So how does that work? First off, we back up the creation. So a user enters a simple PIN. The wallet generates a salt. It derives encryption keys and authentication keys from the PIN plus the salt. Number 2, it splits the storage. So the encrypted backup goes to your cloud storage. The authentication key goes to an anonymous Tor server. And salt stays in the backup file. Now, the recovery process goes as follows. The user provides a PIN plus the backup file if they decide to store it offline on their own device instead of a cloud. The wallet derives the key, fetches the encryption backup from the server, and decrypts it locally. So the 3 security features that we focused on with this recoverable protocol is we rated the amounts of attempts that you can do to recover it. So only 3 attempts per day for a backup, making it virtually impossible to brute force it, because it's going to take you hundreds of years to actually crack it. We block 1,000 most common pins. I know that sounds crazy, but it turns out there's 1,000 combinations of 111, 10, basically simple pins. So we don't allow you to use a very simple pin. It's anonymous Tor-only connectivity. Servers cannot link back files to the key, and it's fully open source and auditable protocol. Now, the privacy guarantee, 0 identifying information stored. There's no IP logging because of Tor only. Anonymous key servers are actually run by volunteers, so we don't run the key server ourselves. Those are run by voluntary individuals. Anyone can run their own server, so if you want to run it yourself, you can do so as well. And the final point I think is super important. Law enforcement can't see something that we don't own. Now, the setup it takes is 2 minutes. This might sound a little bit overcomplicated. We do have, if you want to check it out, we have our own dedicated recoverable.com website where it goes into very technical breakdown on how everything works behind the hood. But simply to recover it, you just need your PIN. So let me just quickly show you how it can be done, set up in less than 2 minutes. So in the Bull wallet, let me rewind. So you go over to your settings tab, you go to wallet backup. You of course also have a physical backup option to do, but with the encrypted vault, you tap on the encrypted vault. It's best to have both physical and encrypted cloud backup. It connects to the Tor network, and next it needs to connect to the Recover Bull server. It prompts you to create a PIN. So as I said, it needs to be at least 6-digit PIN. You can also, if you want to do a password, you can do a password with normal letters instead. I chose the nice, great date of 1971-08. It tells you to confirm the PIN. You select, do you want to store it on the cloud or your local device? In this example, we do the cloud example. It starts the process. You select your email address that you want to link it to. It says encrypted vault created, and then we prompt you to test it right away. You can see that the vault has successfully been imported via the PIN. We decrypt the vault, so it pulls the backup and the authentication key. And there we have it. Test completed successfully. And as you can see right here, it took literally less than 2 minutes to set it all up. So basically, if you set up your recoverable backup and you lose your phone, you can get another device, install Bull Wallet, go to your backup, recover backup, enter your PIN, log into your email, and that's it. And you have all of your on-chain and your Liquid or Lightning funds available in your wallet. Design philosophy. So we focused on 3 pillars: progressive, disclosure, as we like to call it. So beginners see simplicity. One differentiation from other wallets: when you download Bull Wallet and you click Create Wallet, you are instantly thrown into your wallet, where you can straight away receive Bitcoin on-chain or Lightning or Liquid. Once you receive your first sats in the wallet, we only then prompt you to do a backup, opposed to other wallets where you create a new wallet and you need to write down the seed words. And in most cases, when you're orange pilling someone 2 a.m. in a bar and you tell them, let me send you some sats, you get them to download the wallet, they're writing down these 12 words, they don't know. Or worst case, they're doing a screenshot of it and just forgetting about it. So we kind of like to do it as frictionless as possible. And then sensible defaults and full control. So privacy respecting defaults for every transaction, may that be Payjoin, may that be confidential transactions through Liquid. Advanced users can override everything within the app. The wallet guides but never restricts. And of course, unified multi-layer experience, seamlessly integrating on-chain Lightning Liquid in one interface. Users can leverage each layer. Strengths without managing multiple wallets or complex workflows. We also have a dedicated...
Yeah, this is better. Wow, we should have done this from the beginning. Sorry about that, guys. So we also have a dedicated website which you can go check out, wallet.bitcoin.com. I can actually pull it up right now and see. No. Anyways, we'll have it in the slides. And open source, once again, more than a license. Why it matters: auditability, so anyone can verify the code. Trust minimizing, of course, community ownership, so Bitcoin belongs to all of us. Enables innovations, so building on our work, anybody that wants to go ahead and fork the code and do their own reiterations are welcome to do so. And of course, our community. So we have the license, MIT licensed software. Repository is public for anyone to review on GitHub. We also encourage contributions, so community PRs are welcome. We have a lot of people that are constantly opening issues, giving their suggestions, and bringing up PRs to introduce. So we do welcome everybody's input on it to make the product as good as possible. And as it says, it's not open source. If it's not open source, it's not sovereign. I wanted to focus once again to give some more highlights on the zero data collection. We don't collect, so there's no emails, no phone numbers, no IP logs, no transaction history, no analytics, no third-party trackers, no KYC. and no cloud backup by default. So if you want to do an encrypted backup, that's entirely up to you. If you don't want to, you don't have to. And how we achieve the privacy is direct node connectivity. So by default, the wallet is connected to our Bull Wallet Electrum server for on-chain and Lightning on Liquid, as well as Blockstream for backup. But for people that run their own nodes and their own Electrum servers, you can connect your wallet to your own node. Tor support for network privacy, local-only data storage, no central server awareness, and as we saw, the recoverable uses full end-to-end encryption. Another aspect that I wanted to bring up, I don't have a slide, but it just popped into my mind now while I was mentioning this. So within the Bull wallet, if you are a Bull Bitcoin client of the exchange, you can actually you can log in to your account within the wallet. At the bottom, you have a tab for the wallet and the exchange. If you do that, a lot of people are asking, well, if I log into my exchange, will that not dox all the stuff that I'm doing on the wallet? And the answer is no. It's totally separate. Even though you are connected to the web app through the exchange, it doesn't expose none of your activities that you're doing within Bull Wallet. But of course, for convenience and ease for people that want to deposit funds, withdraw funds, or pay someone, maybe I'll just quickly mention about paying with Bull Bitcoin. So people that live on a Bitcoin standard and need to still make fiat payments to companies and individuals, you can do so with your Bitcoin. So in Bull Bitcoin, you can actually choose the person within the jurisdiction. For example, in the EU, if you want to pay a person or a company bill, you get their IBAN, get their name or company name. You input the information, you choose how you want to pay for it, on-chain, Liquid, or Lightning. You send the sats, and as soon as it confirms on the blockchain, the Bull Bitcoin pays out the fiat payment to the person you want to pay. So essentially, you can pay all of your bills with Bitcoin using the Bull Bitcoin pay option. And of course, that is integrated in the wallet if you connect your exchange. What's next? So here's a preview of what we're working on and rolling out in 2026. So Arc network integrations for the last few months, especially with Arcade launching in Lugano, there's been a lot of development on the Arc network. So we will be integrating Arc network into Bull Wallet. Silent payments. So reusable, simple payment addresses is also coming to Bull Wallet. This is currently in development. The team is actually working on it as we speak, so that shouldn't take too long. Then next is advanced coin labeling. So we already have coin control and basic labeling, but we'll have enhanced Utreexo management with detailed labeling and selection tools. We will also be integrating multi-sig and miniscript into the wallet. So advanced multi-signature wallets. This is something that has been requested a lot by people. When is miniscript coming? And it's coming, but in due time. And the next one I am personally really excited about, and I'm sure if we have any Nostriches out here, we'll have a Nostr-based anonymous chat within the Bull Wallet app. So you can actually communicate anonymously between counterparties that you want to send Bitcoin to instead of sending addresses over Signal, Telegram, or even worse, WhatsApp. You can actually be communicating, sending these addresses and communications within the app natively via Nostr. And the last one is Lightning addresses. So we currently don't support Bolt 12 addresses. If you want to receive Bitcoin or send it, you need to actually create an invoice. You can't just give a Lightning address. So this is something that we'll be also adding where you can have your own Lightning address within the wallet. And then the final bottom part, so building the future of sovereign Bitcoin custody. And that comes to the end of the talk. So you can download Bull Wallet if you visit wallet.bullbitcoin.com. As I mentioned, it's available on both Android and iOS worldwide. And if you want to go check out, review, or contribute, or submit, or report any bugs, as we welcome those, you can check out our GitHub repository at satoshi-portal/bullbitcoin-mobile. Thank you for listening, and I'm open to questions.
Hey, since you mentioned that you support Cold Card Q, and if I'm not wrong, they have the NFC support.
Yes.
Does the Bull Bitcoin app can sign a transaction via NFC on the Cold Card Q, or is it just QR code?
Not yet. That is coming. So that was also something that was requested, and also with allowing NFC broadcasting, that will allow you to also connect your MK4. So that is currently in development. It's on the list. It's not on the top of priority, but NFC signing will be enabled.
Thanks.
Cool. Any other questions? Awesome. Round of applause for Gigi. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Check my watch. Please help me give a warm welcome to Calvin Kim.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Hey guys, so who was here for the hackathon talks? Like raise your hand a little bit up here. Okay, so you guys saw Utreexo stuff already. I'm quite proud of my hackathon project. It's something that I wanted to do for a really, really long time. Now, the hackathon was an excuse to just put some hours onto that. So this is a different talk. This is a totally different talk, and I'll be explaining a little bit about Utreexo. And those of you that have already heard about Utreexo and know about like what it is, this is something fresh for you guys. Back in November, we had an offsite, and during the offsite, we had some discussions about how we can maybe utilize SwiftSync for the initial block download with Utreexo. So before I get started, who has heard about SwiftSync here? Like raise your hand a little bit. Okay, who has heard about Utreexo before? Oh, because you went to the hackathon. Okay. So here is the agenda for today. So I'll briefly introduce what it is for the people that are hearing this for the first time. I'll go through a long series of slides on how it works, because this is very important to the explanation later why like this sort of doing SwiftSync helps. And we'll talk about the downsides of Utreexo and how SwiftSync helps with those downsides. So first thing, what is Utreexo? Utreexo, I like to think of it as very fancy Merkle trees. I'm fairly proud of this meme. So Utreexo itself is just we call it a Merkle forest because it's a collection of Merkle trees, and we have some special operations specifically designed for it. It's specifically optimized for the Bitcoin UTXO set. So if you have you can technically just use Merkle trees for the current UTXO set. It's just not as efficient as it would be with Utreexo. So this is what a typical Bitcoin Core directories would look like if you were to try to see what it is. And the really important bit here is the chain state. So the chain state is where the UTXO set lives. I took this a little while ago, like maybe 2 years ago, and so right now I think it's like 10 or 11 gigs now. But the chain state is something that you absolutely must have if you are a full node. If you want to validate future blocks that are coming into you, you must have the entire UTXO set. You must have the entire chain state, and that is 7.4 gigabytes here. But if you look at like a little bit above here, you'll see the blocks folder, which is obviously not less than a gigabyte. We have like 700 gigabytes worth of blocks right now, but we are able to prune, we're able to delete the older blocks that we've already verified. So that's why we're at under gigabytes there. But so what Utreexo does is we take this unprunable, undeletable UTXO set, and we turn it into a Merkle tree. So what happens is we go from, hey, like we linearly increase the UTXO set by how many UTXOs there are. And we turn that into a log2 event. So for those of you that doesn't know what that means, basically we're going to get this. So without Utreexo, we get these large books. With Utreexo, it's like very tiny. So the idea, very tiny. How tiny? If everyone in the world were to use Bitcoin sovereignly, then everyone has to have a UTXO. That's the bare minimum. And if everyone in the world were to have a UTXO today, it'd be 8 billion UTXOs. And optimistically, if the UTXOs are very, very small, at 59 bytes per entry, it's going to be 472 gigabytes with the current system. With Utreexo nodes, what we get is 416 bytes. So it becomes a lot smaller. So that's a little bit about how what Utreexo is, and I'll get into how Utreexo works. So as I talked about before, Utreexo is a collection of Merkle forests, and what's really, really special about it is that it allows you to add elements to it with just the roots. So I'll go through a little addition with how Utreexo stuff works. But if we go through how normal Merkle trees work, we have like these A, B, and C, D elements, A, B, and C, D leaves, and we would hash each one up until we get to the root. So if we have these 4 leaves here, what we would do is we would concatenate and hash. So what we mean by concatenate is just put the 2 leaves together, and we would hash them. So and now we only have 2 elements here. And once we have 2 elements, we hash again to get the root, and that's it. We just keep just the root. This works today, and Bitcoin utilizes Merkle trees in several different places of Bitcoin. One of the big ones is the Merkle is the transaction commitments in the block header. That uses Merkle trees. But with just the Merkle trees, it's not optimized. It's not very efficient if you want to use it for the UTXO set, because if you just keep the root, then you can't add more elements to it. So that's a real problem. So you must have the entire set to be able to calculate the roots. And with Utreexo, you are able to. And this is what allows it to be optimized for keeping track of the UTXO set. So if we were to do the same exact operations, but with Utreexo, what happens is if you have just a single UTXO, if you have just a single element, then what happens is you just have a single root. If you have 2, then you have something to hash with that root. And so what we do is we, again, concatenate, hash to create the new root, and of course we delete the leaves. And now here we have 2. If this was a normal Merkle tree, if you want to add another one, then you can't delete those 2. Otherwise, you can't calculate the Merkle root. But with Utreexo, what we do is we just add another one, and we just keep that as a single root. And so on and so forth. If we want to add a 4th element, what we do is we just put another hash there. We concatenate, we hash, we remove the old unneeded bottom leaves. Then we also concatenate the 2 middle section ones. Then we concatenate a hash, and then also we throw them away. So that's how the Utreexo accumulator works. We could keep going and do it with 4 more leaves. So if we have 5, it just becomes 2 roots. Again, if we have 6, we would concatenate hash up, and now we have 2 roots. If you add another one to be 7, then we just keep that as another root. And if we want that as 8, then what we do is we add another one here. We concatenate and hash. We throw those away, concatenate and hash, throw those away, concatenate and hash, and now we just have a single root. And if you want to keep adding, this is the same exact process that you would follow. For deletions, it's a bit different. And what happens is, in Bitcoin, if you want to spend your Bitcoins, you are consuming that UTXO. That UTXO no longer exists in the Bitcoin UTXO set. So in Utreexo, it's kind of nice because whenever a UTXO needs to be verified, it's when deletions need to happen. So, okay, so if we have, let's say we are, okay, this is just a Merkle tree. Okay, if we're trying to prove A in this Merkle tree, then what we need the intermediate hashes to hash up to the root. So if we're proving A, then we receive the proof B and F. And we are able to get A normally from the Bitcoin block. And then we calculate E, then we calculate the root, and we compare it against the current root that we have. If we compare it and if it's the same, then we're confident that the elements and the proof existed in our Merkle tree because we hashed up to the same root. So let's say we're deleting A. Then what happens with Utreexo is we get the proof. We calculate A from the Bitcoin block. So with the Bitcoin in the Bitcoin block, you can calculate A from the TX outs. And once you have calculated A, you get the proof. You separately download the proof apart from the Bitcoin block, and you get B, J, and N. And once you have these, you're able to then hash the intermediates. You keep hashing, and then you get the root. And once you have the root, of course, you can calculate with the current root that you have. And if they are equal, you're now confident that this actually existed in the Merkle trees that you've calculated. Now, the deletion's a fun part. Deletion happens when, how you do the deletions is you move B up to where I should be. So if we're deleting A, it just means that we don't want A to be in the root set anymore. And how we accomplish this is we just move B up. And once we move B up, we can now safely remove A and B. Then the hash of M, what that becomes is it becomes the hash of B and J. And then now you also calculate the new root, which is the M and N. And what you would do with this is you now replace that. So you copy over the old roots, and now you have the new roots. And this happens for every single Bitcoin block. We currently have nodes running, and what those nodes are doing is they're adding, like I showed here, and they're also deleting. And that's it. So for the minimum requirements is just for the nodes to keep just the root. But if you want to look at the entire tree representation, this is what it would look like. And this is very important because we're going to get to this, and we're going to talk about why SwiftSync helps the Utreexo IBD so much. We have these batch deletions, which is let's just go through them. So we start off with the root again. And we calculate E, F, G, and H from the block. And the proof is just the M. So sometimes if you have like batch deletions, the proof is smaller. But you still have to download this proof in order to verify that, hey, like these UTXOs that we have, at least the UTXO data that we have, they existed in our root. We calculate K and L, calculate N. Then we get the roots. And we compare the roots to if they're equal. Then if we want to delete, deletion is very simple. If E and F are also being deleted, that means K is being deleted. G and H, since L is a hash of G and H, those are also being deleted. Then since K and L are being deleted, you can also delete N. Then you move M up. And you finally end up with the tree that looks like this. This is how the deletions work for Utreexo nodes. So the downsides. The downsides for Utreexo nodes is that, as you have seen here, if you want to prove the existence of a leaf, of a hash, then you need to download this extra proof data. And this proof data is big. So if we're verifying A, for a single element A, it's a 32-byte hash. So if you want to prove A, then you need to have 3 hashes. So this means that, hey, like you could have just downloaded the Bitcoin block, but now you need to download this extra data just to verify that that's, just to be able to verify this Bitcoin block. So roughly, because of how proofs are, now how you have the batch deletions, each single proof data for a given Bitcoin block is about 90% of the block size. So roughly nowadays the block size is about 2 megabytes on average. So the proof data will be about 1.8, 1.9, 1.7. And up till block 900,000, if you want to do IBD with Utreexo nodes, if you want to sync completely from Genesis, you need to do 1.4 terabytes of download. So this includes the block data, and this includes the proof data. So normally, if you're doing IBD, then you have to download all the blocks, and all the blocks are 700 gigabytes. But if you're trying to do it with Utreexo, you also have, since you also have to download the proofs, it becomes about 1.4 terabytes. And this is obviously not great because, so the downsides, yeah, you use more bandwidth. You have to download more things. But it also means that there's additional CPU overhead because of the hashing. Now, the CPU overhead is good because it removes the disk I/O, but you still have that additional hashing that you have to do in order to verify and delete the elements. Now, since so yeah, we can now remove these. We can remove these downsides with SwiftSync. And what SwiftSync is who knows about SwiftSync here? Just so okay, I need to explain it a lot. Okay, so SwiftSync is the rough idea is that when I get the binary, when I download Bitcoin Core, the Bitcoin Core has a sort of a hint file. And this hint file, what it does is for every single transaction output, it has an indication of whether this TXO is unspent or spent. So normally, I wouldn't know ahead of time if this TXO, if this Bitcoin is going to be spent or not. But with this hint file, it specifically tells you, hey, like this Bitcoin here is going to be spent, or this Bitcoin here is unspent. And so, like a very simple example of if we have like A through H of these TXOs, then we would mark that if A is being deleted, then you would say, hey, A is going to be deleted. So in the SwiftSync hint file, it would be that, hey, the first element, the first UTXO that ever appears in the Bitcoin chain, that is going to be deleted. And everything else is not going to be deleted. And if we have this information, then we no longer have to do this. We no longer have to store the ones that are being deleted, and we no longer have to care about the fact that the unspents are going to be fetched and deleted from the UTXO set. So SwiftSync, what this does is. There are some other security checks that we have to do in order to be fully validating. And what this is, we have an aggregator, which is just a number. So for every single transaction output that is spent, that is going to be spent, we add it to the aggregator. And when we see in the Bitcoin block that is actually being spent, we delete it. We subtract it from the aggregator. And once you come to the end, it should be 0. This is just additions and deletions. I wish I had time to make more slides to explain this better, but the GitHub gist is fairly good. So little overview of what a TXO is in a given transaction there are many outputs, and each and we refer them as a TXO because they're outputs to a transaction. So this is what the typical transaction looks like. If you look at the left over there, that is the transaction input. And each input references a transaction hash and the index. So, and on the right is the outputs. So on this transaction has the hash of 8AD632. And if you want to be able to spend the first output of this transaction, the 0.04 Bitcoins from this output, then you have to say, I want to spend 8AD632, and the first and the 0th output. And on this specific transaction, if you look at the inputs, it's referencing F78AD, and then it's the first one. It's the first one in that transaction. So because we're able to refer to these UTXOs, these are what gets added to the aggregator and deleted from the aggregator. So every single input deleted from the aggregator. If for the outputs, if they're marked as spent, then we delete it from the aggregator. And what this allows us to do is when we finish the IBD, if at the end, if the aggregator is 0, that means that the IBD was valid. We completely verified everything. If it's not 0, it means that the hint file was wrong, or one of the Bitcoin blocks that we were given is wrong, and we need to validate again. So yes. So that is roughly the SwiftSync trick. The aggregator part is just for verification. The really important part is, hey, we know ahead of time which UTXO is going to be spent and which UTXO is not going to be spent when we finish the initial block download. We can utilize this trick with Utreexo. We didn't. Well, Taj knew about it, but it just intuitively came to him. I found this out during the offsite. So what happens is if we do this with Utreexo, it's kind of cool, because let's say in the same exact example of A through H, if we know that A is going to be deleted, what we do is instead of actually adding A and then verifying and deleting it later, what we do is we just add an empty hash for it. And when we add an empty hash for it in Utreexo, you just move it up, right? So in the previous slide, we're deleting A. So if we're deleting A, we have to move B up. So if we look at the intermediate hashes here, we have B, and then J is the concatenation of C and D, K is the concatenation of E and F, and L is the concatenation of G and H. And we keep going until we get to the root. We have the root. And if we notice, we did this before, right? We did the deletion of A. And so this is the slide when we did deletion of like the method of verifying and deleting. It's the same exact slide. It's the same exact tree structure. So it turns out that if you know ahead of time what's going to be deleted, you just don't add it. And this is enough to get us the same root set at the end. And this is a huge win in terms of proof downloads. So you can see that we did the same exact calculation. So we remember how we added A through H and then verified A, then deleted A. But now we no longer have to do that. We just don't add A. We just skip the addition of A, and we're able to get to the same root set. And what this allows us to do is no more proof downloads. You eliminate all proof downloads. So for Bitcoin, for Utreexo node IBD, now you no longer have that 1.4 terabytes of download. It's just the exact same Bitcoin block download as every single other node. It's about 700 gigabytes. And it's also less hashing. For Utreexo nodes, they were actually faster than nodes that were utilizing the level DB, just because of the fact that the disk I/O, of the fetching and the storing of the UTXOs in the disk was slower than hashing. But now we removed 2 rounds of hashing. So we had the round of adding, we had the round of verifying, and we had the round of deleting. Now we just have 1 round. We have the round of adding. So for IBD, this is a huge win, and I haven't yet verified it, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be faster than just the normal SwiftSync where you have the entire UTXO set. So no more proof overhead, so that's the same. And we have less hashing. So this is a significant improvement in terms of performance and bandwidth. So, and these are supposed to be my slides. I haven't uploaded them, but I will get to them. So if you go to this GitHub link, you won't see anything there. It's empty, but I promise I will upload them very soon. So that's the gist. Yeah, thank you. Do we have any questions or, oh, lots of questions.
Hi, I'm sorry, I got distracted 5 minutes, so maybe it's going to be a stupid question, but so with SwiftSync, I understand you don't need to download proofs anymore, but you would have to download this piece of data that says these are the UTXOs that are eventually going to be spent. So then during IBD, you kind of skip adding those, right?
Yes.
How big is that? How do you encode all of that? Like this information of these are the UTXOs that are being spent? Because that's going to grow kind of linearly over time, right?
Right, that's a linear growth. There's many, so we are actually discussing how we want to encode this. How Ruben did it was you have a bitmap of every single, so you pick a block height. So say like block 900,000. You know how many UTXOs there were, or like TXOs there were, up until block 900,000. And so with this, you can just create a bitmap. And he said that this was like a few megabytes. So like very, very tiny. And the idea is to have this included in Bitcoin Core or whatever node software that you're going to be using. And so the idea is that, hey, you have this in your node software, but if you were to just completely trust this, it's sort of different because you have the Bitcoin blocks, and so that is sort of a sanity check for this hints as well. So if the hints are wrong, then you're going to get a different aggregator result at the end. So yeah, that size is very small, but specifically with Utreexo, we have had a way to sort of tell like, hey, this UTXO is going to be spent or not. There is another method of caching the UTXOs, and if we know, so a bitmap can only describe, hey, is this spent or is this not spent? What we have right now in the Utreexo library is we know exactly when this is going to be spent, and this is bigger. This is like these are var serialized. These are UN64s and they're var serialized, so they're bigger. They're a couple gigabytes, but that's still fairly small, and that's still a very big win for us. And we're going through this idea of, hey, is this worth it to have this bigger hints file to be able to like provide the user with more caching opportunities? So the smallest, so yeah, to answer your question, the smallest you can get is like a few megabytes. We have a bigger version which is a few gigabytes, but it allows you to do more caching when you're doing signature verification.
Thanks.
Yeah, so if you're gonna have this like funky megabytes of stuff anyway, why don't you just like get the Utreexo commitments themselves? Like, why am I gonna want to go back and do the IBD up to here? Do I can get the Utreexo state? I can just download the Utreexo state and problem solved.
Yes, that's a very good point, and we do have that by default. People are going to use that. So for Utreexo binaries that we have two separate implementations right now. One is Utreexod and one is Floresta, which is written in Rust. Utreexod is written in Go. We have these two implementations, and they both do what you're saying. Like they both just have the Utreexo accumulator, because the accumulator state is very small. It's like a kilobytes or a few kilobytes each. No, it's like less than a kilobyte each. And you can just get this and start doing validation from the get-go. But like technically speaking, this is a security trade-off. You are still trusting the binary, but with this hints file, it's slightly different, because now you have the blocks to sort of sanity check against this against the hints in your binary. So roots, if someone really wants to screw with you, they can sort of trick you into thinking, hey, like this UTXO didn't exist, but now it exists. So they can do that. But with the hints, it's a bit harder to attack, because now you also have to modify the blocks as well, just in order to attack this person. So like the aggregator that I talked about is the sanity check against the hints. Because if, say for example, if you have if the aggregator said that there's this extra UTXO, or if this UTXO was already spent, but they're trying to double spend against, they're trying to do a double spent attack against you, and they're saying, hey, this isn't spent. But if you come across a block later on, and that TXIN references that UTXO, then your aggregator is not going to end up to a 0. So that's how you sort of sanity check that the binary that you got is not lying to you.
Yeah, that makes sense. So
yeah, this is a very realistically, is there going to be a difference? I don't really think so, but like people like to complain, And
Yeah, it's
I don't-
protection against
it's,
those
it's,
people.
It's basically protection against my sanity. It's like, hey, if you really care about this, you can do that. But I think most users are gonna go do the just download the roots part. Yes, thank you.
Hey, quick question. Yeah, I really like your talk, like how you like start from first principles and go all the way up from just like what is a Merkle tree.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm curious if you guys have taken inspiration or have like pay attention to any other projects that use Merkle trees heavily. Like I don't know, like Git. I'm sure they're doing some fancy stuff with Merkle trees, and if your design was either influenced or just if you guys pay attention to any other projects.
Specifically speaking, so yes, we are aware of other projects that are trying to do not just Merkle trees, but like either if it's like an accumulator, like RSA accumulator, or any other accumulator, like there's these sparse Merkle trees of those, or just whether that be like ZK sync, or it's essentially trying to do the same thing. We have paid attention to those, and in terms of like, hey, like what does this bring to the end user, and is this what are the pros and cons of each project? We have done those specifically for the accumulator. We got a lot of. Well, so the accumulator design, it now differs from the original one that Taj had back in 2019, and we had this realization of like moving up these hashes, and that's how we ended up with the current design here. Internally, there's a lot of other talks about different accumulator designs. So there's even, you know, at the offsite we talked about this accumulator design where we don't even move things up, but we add a tombstone in, and maybe that'll give us different set of properties for the accumulator, and maybe it'll have better properties for what we're trying to do. We have a lot of these questions and ideas. If you if you have any more, we would love to just take a look at it. But most of if there is absolutely a better accumulator design out there, we would just go for that. But I am fairly confident that the one that we have is like good in the balance of like CPU time and proof size. But so yeah, that's a rant. But yes, we have taken a look at other projects as well.
Cool. Thank you.
I think Shores had a question over here. Okay.
Of the total, I guess TXOs, how many are spent?
Excellent question.
Like what percentage?
I think there's like 100. I don't know. I don't know on the top of my head. So UTXOs are like 100 million UTXOs right now, I'm sure. TXOs ever. So it's like about 4,000 transactions per block, right? And there's usually 2 outputs per block. So
It's okay if you don't
please
know.
do the math. I'm not good with numbers. So
and then I guess what's the main advantage of Utreexo? I'm just not familiar.
So the main advantage that is very obvious is just that it makes nodes small. At the hackathon, I showed like this functional binary where you put in the block and the Utreexo roots, which is the UTXO set, and it spits out whether it's valid or not. And that the smallness is very helpful in the sense of, hey, you could have these nodes elsewhere where you couldn't have before. You could embed them into wallets so that wallets could be self-verifying. You could do that, but what's also good with them is that since these are so small, it also helps a lot with like CPU caching. It just performs a lot better. And because we don't have disk I/O anymore, we don't have the random reads and writes from the UTXO set, it performs better. So like performance smaller, and hopefully that leads to like better user experience.
Do those small nodes still need to like request extra information for validation?
Yes. So for IBD, we now no longer have to download extra data. But once you're past IBD, you have to still download the proofs. So for each of the blocks, you have to download the proofs, and the proof size is still the same. It's like 90% of a Bitcoin block. And for transactions, it's roughly So the proof itself is roughly 3 times the transaction. So normal transaction is about a kilobyte or 2, and the proof size would be like 2. Yeah, the proof size will be like 3 to 6 kilobytes. So you still have to download that. Me personally, I'm not too concerned about that because it doesn't. I don't think it impacts the user experience that much. And of course, I live in Seoul, so we have plenty of internet. So I'm not too worried about that.
So if you ever wanted to make this a soft fork and make sure all the data is available, right? You could put the proofs in an extension block or something like that. Could you have a rule where, say, instead of doing this in every block, which would use a lot of space, you do it every 2,000 blocks? Like that's the rule. If you're the 2,000 block miner, you're just unlucky. You have to add all that stuff, and then you add a bitmap plus all the proofs for the things that were not spent. Would that be enough then? Or are you still missing something?
You would, for the intermediate blocks, you would still have to, like, if say you do it every 2,000 blocks. If you want to be at the state for the 1,000th block, you still have to download that. But if you're skipping, yeah, you don't have to anymore. And that is a fun idea. And we had talks about, hey, like, can we just like do this after IBD? There was some complications if you wanted to do it after IBD because now. The entire, you need to have this like bitmap of TXOs, and that's sort of broken. And since you've already added the hashes in, now you still have to delete them. If for the hashes that you already added in, they might also get deleted, but you don't know where it is, and so.
Well, maybe you have every 2,000 blocks you take a snapshot of your Merkle tree because it's tiny anyway. And so whenever block 2000 comes in, you update the snapshot in atomically.
Right. So there was some ideas about, hey, can we like have this separate tree and then have the old tree and sort of merge them in? Lots of different ideas.
Well, that's how you'd verify it too, right?
Yeah.
You'd have to do it incrementally, and then when the block 2000 comes in, you verify that by doing the incremental thing for the next block and then comparing that to your snapshot plus what's committed in the block or something like that.
Yes. I would have to think about that, but there were definitely talks about like doing these sorts of different fun, quirky ideas. Soft forks, I personally never want to propose a soft fork. I don't want to go through the hassle of and the stress.
It does make your life easier
and the doxing and the harassment that would come with the proposing a soft fork. But if someone wants to, it's like, go ahead. Yeah, thank you. Is that all? Last chance. Going once. Going twice. All right. Thank you guys for coming to my talk.
Thank you, Calvin. Yeah. Awesome. We don't really do a lot of panels at Bitcoin++. No particular reason for that other than I'm lazy. But really excited to have some of the people here that are all working on sovereignty tech, particularly in the wallet space, joining us. Let's see, we've got Dan Gold, who's the executive director of the Payjoin Foundation, also founded the Payjoin project. Is that correct?
Well, I picked it up from its ashes. It burned down and we kept it going.
Well, that sounds like a story I want to hear. Okay, so we'll get into that. We've got Ava Chow here, who founded the PSBT specification, second most prolific BIP editor after Peter Willa. Hardware wallet interface was your project as well. Supposedly, long-time wallet maintainer for a small piece of software called Bitcoin Core.
Yeah.
Are you the longest-running maintainer on the wallet piece?
No.
You want to hold it a little closer? Yeah.
The wallet had a maintainer before me, Mesh Collider. He did it for about 4 years.
And how long have you been working on the wallet?
I've been a maintainer for 3 years, I think. I have been working on the wallet for about 9.
Next to you is Aleko Spallini, who now is the CEO and CTO of Portal Technologies, which is working on sovereign key management and identity management. But you were I knew you more famously as the creator of BDK.
Yeah, I hope at some point Portal will become more famous than BDK, but for the time being, I'm still known as the BDK guy. So yeah.
Which has its own foundation now.
Yeah. So we have a BDK foundation. I'm not involved with the development anymore, but I'm on the board of the foundation. So we manage basically donations and funds and fund the development of BDK, which just announced MetaMask actually. So yesterday MetaMask integrated BDK. So yeah.
That's huge.
Big
Okay.
milestone, yeah.
So your code now runs in everyone's browsers. Maybe no one here, because I'm sure no one here uses MetaMask, but
shitcoin has browsers, yeah.
Congrats, that's huge. And then we have, you guys are going to have to share mics, sorry. We have Nick Farrow here, who started as, I think, Lloyd's intern, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
And now are working on FrostSnap technology, which is pioneering Frost for users, accessible user Frost signatures.
Yeah, exactly. Make multi-sig easy, get your life savings outside of your home. Yeah.
Cool. Great. Well, thanks guys for coming. Maybe we could start with like why wallets? Like all of you working on wallet tech or things that help people hold their Bitcoin in some aspect or another. Like why? There's a lot of things you could work on in the world, Bitcoin or otherwise. Why is building tools for safeguarding Bitcoin something that you guys decided was important to work on?
You want me to start? Okay. So wallets specifically, I started working on in like 2018, and then I realized working on a wallet is so stupidly hard and not rewarding that I went to more like systems protocol design stuff. The reason to work on it is because the opportunity space is huge. There are only so many wallets, there are only so many people working on Bitcoin, and there are so many problems and things that I see we can solve. So that's definitely the most attractive thing about the space to me. And then more recently, working on the Devkit, being able to integrate with a bunch of different wallets just seemed like a higher leverage thing to do.
So you don't develop a wallet directly these days. You're building kind of a piece of underlying infrastructure that now other wallet builders use and like integrate with.
Yes. Yeah. So we are split into sort of 3 main things. We do integrations, research, and then core API protocol design or development. And integrations tends to be the thing that, I don't know, it's the most like businessy. It involves relationship building, and you're in these code bases that are not thinking about how to integrate new protocols. They probably don't have the same testing quality assurance standards you're used to, but you have to
Don't tell
make
me
that
that.
work.
Okay.
Well, the good thing is the underlying libraries that everyone's using, like BDK, do have those standards. So
thank you.
Even though people build piles of treasure on top of them, they, the core stuff, the really difficult stuff, is handled right now, thanks to the dev kits have been around for between 3 and 5 years now, really, in the mainstream.
If we can go out of order, I wanted to tie into what Dan was saying. the reason why I started BDK is exactly because working on a wallet is very, very complicated. And at the time when kind of the idea started taking shape, I was working at Blockstream on the Green wallet, which is quite an old wallet. It was like a pioneer in many areas. Like it was one of the first to adopt BIP39. It existed pre-BIP39, I think even pre-BIP32 probably. So basically the code for Green is a mess of retrocompatibility because they don't want to leave users out. And that was what kind of made me think about, can we make this better? Can we make something that's generalized and that can be reused for older stuff and newer stuff without having to have so many like edge cases and special rules? So that's basically why BDK started as an idea and then as a project.
Speaking of wallets that predate BIP39 and BIP32, so like the reason I started working on the Bitcoin Core wallet, so I used to use this wallet called Bitcoin Armory, which by the time I started using it was actually basically unmaintained. It's one guy who works on it, and it doesn't seem like he has that much time to work on it. And Armory used Bitcoin Core in the background, and then like the first major changes I made was I updated Bitcoin Core, and that broke Armory, right? So what I ended up doing was I fixed Armory, and then I went to Bitcoin Core to see like, what were they doing, and then keep an eye on Bitcoin Core so that Armory could not be broken like that in the future. But because Armory was less maintained, I started working on Bitcoin Core more. And the reason to work on wallets for me is like, wallets are the thing that if you are using Bitcoin, you are interacting with a wallet. The wallet is the front-end interface for using Bitcoin, and I think it's really important that, if we want people to use Bitcoin, that wallets are functional.
I love this analogy. I don't think people talk about it enough. Like a wallet is to Bitcoin as the web browser is to the web.
There's an interesting thing at the moment where, and especially for us, if you want to do something novel, in Bitcoin, say you're making a new hardware wallet that uses Frost, well, it's kind of hard to plug that into an existing wallet. So you actually have to make your own wallet sort of out of necessity. So that's what we've done. In the early days, we were looking at, maybe we can fork Sparrow and get our FrostSnap hardware wallets working with Sparrow. But we decided, no, we'll make our own wallet with a nice user experience that's sort of really tailored towards the thing we were building. And I think if you look at all the different wallets across Bitcoin, you'll see that sort of a pattern that people will make your wallet to solve a particular problem that they need to make a wallet that does a particular thing. There's no sort of generic wallet that we can have sort of plugins and things at the moment. It's sort of people build their own wallet to achieve their goals.
What would you guys? Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
I just said hopefully they do with BDK. So just build a UI wrapper on BDK.
Okay, so how many of the people on stage use BDK as the thing that you're building on? One guy, are you guys on top of BDK? No.
A lot of what we interface is BDK. So like Bull Bitcoin uses BDK. So we've done integrations with BDK. We have an integration with the BDK CLI testing tool. And a lot of the other integrations coming down the pike are also BDK. I hope we can ship Payjoin as like alongside BDK with a feature. But it's not there yet, and it is not really necessary. It's more of an ease of use thing. People say, oh, this is vetted by BDK. I take this off the shelf. It must be good. Versus, even though Payjoin is kind of an unrelated thing, that's a tangent, or it's independent. If people have to scratch their head and think, do I trust this? It's harder.
We can talk about a price for this. Happy to discuss.
I'm sorry, a price for this?
To integrate it directly in our code base. Yeah. Sure.
Great. This is business development, right? Happening.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So whenever you're I guess here's a question. Whenever you guys are thinking about user experience of a wallet, what you think is the most important thing for a wallet developer to work on or build these days? Number one thing for user experience for a Bitcoin wallet, we just thought it's the browser is to the web as a Bitcoin wallet is to Bitcoin. What should users look for in a wallet, maybe?
I think the title of the conference and the panel is the most important thing I look for. The sovereignty, the ability to interface with the Bitcoin network at your discretion, making choices on where you want to involve third parties. And sometimes that's a matter of just choosing a wallet that makes the trade-offs you want, but they need to at least be transparent. I think the most common wallet in the world, if not just on the US App Store, is Trust Wallet, where you're just putting, I don't know who
trust
runs
is in
this.
their name,
Yeah, trust is in the name, but you're just, I think it's just a custodial wallet that reuses addresses. Is it self-custodial? If it's self-custodial, it's still just reusing addresses every single time. Like, this is ancient technology we've gone beyond, and making sure they're, keeping up to date, not even necessarily with the absolute latest features, but just with security fixes, not reusing addresses. It's really important for sovereignty that you have a way to validate the node that doesn't strictly depend on someone else. If you're using Electrum, you should be able to, if not use your own node, at least have the actual protocol where you're not revealing your XPubs, the basic things. You have more to.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I've been saying for a very long time is that user education is never the solution, and you can, the world will always invent a dumber user. So what you really, at least for me, what we kind of want to do is we want to make something where that works for the lowest common denominator, but also provides all of the privacy and all of the security that everyone here understands that users should have, but the users don't necessarily understand that they should have, right? So Trust Wallet is apparently the most widely used wallet because it's really easy to use. So it should then be kind of a goal to make a wallet that has all of the good security, all of the good privacy things, that is also just as easy to use so that people can use that wallet instead of Trust Wallet.
I personally don't actually have a really good answer about this because at BDK, we don't really spend all that much time thinking about the user interface kind of thing. So BDK is a developer tool, so we think about the developer's interface. So we want to give the best, want to basically give access to everything in an easy, safe way to developers so that they can then build stuff for users ultimately. So yeah, I just don't have an answer for. Our focus is more on providing a quality developer experience with BDK, not the user experience.
Yeah, we also look at usability is a big one for us. Obviously, especially just making multi-sig easy, not having to deal with XPubs and loading loading descriptors and different types of hardware, just making everything nice and streamlined. Another sort of aspect that we're really trying to maximize in FrostSnap is especially in terms of sovereignty, is the don't trust, verify aspect of a wallet. And we're doing this through the use of cryptography. So not needing to do crazy things like rolling dice to generate your seed phrase, not needing to verify that conversion of dice rolls to seed words on a separate device, and then conversion of your seed phrase to XPubs. In FrostSnap, we do all this using cryptography, which means for the user experience, all you need to do is just check that a security code after key generation matches on each device, and you can have certainty that everyone has participated honestly, and you've got a genuinely random private key.
So one thing that I struggle with as a user of wallets is interoperability. So if I have my Bitcoin on one wallet, I want to be able to I think of sovereignty, it's, we talked kind of at the opening of the conference about the ability to run software on your own machine and modify it, change it, import it to different machines, distribute it. I think with software, Bitcoin wallets, for me, portability is a big thing. So if I have my coins and I can see them on one wallet, my ability to move to a different wallet and still be able to find my coins and have a high confidence that that's something I can do is really important to me, especially because I think one thing we've kind of brought out here is that wallets get unmaintained, people work on projects for a while and then it falls off. So where do you guys think about in terms of portability of wallets? Is that something your projects are focused on? Yeah.
Yeah, so I think this one's especially applicable to us because we're making new hardware wallet with a new backup format, and so because we're the first to do that, we're going to have to, we'll have to wait a few months for people to catch up and build a Frost wallet that is compatible with our system. But in the meantime, before we get to that point in time, we sort of have an emergency escape hatch where you can take 2 FrostSnap backups and combine them into a xpriv that you could load into Bitcoin Core or load into Sparrow.
So the neat thing is, if you write a BIP, you invent compatibility.
Ava's convinced us to write a BIP.
Ava, you've worked on a lot of wallet kind of interoperability standards and protocols. Where would you say like the state of wallet interoperability is today? Do you have any like opinions on this?
It's a lot better than it used to be, especially with descriptors now. So it used to be and it still is, but it used to be also. But it used to be more prevalent where you would, if you imported like a seed into a new wallet, you might get a completely different set of addresses because they use different derivation paths. Some wallets also didn't support the same, generating the same address types. So that was a whole problem. And like that's also why descriptors exist. It tells you exactly what address type to create and the derivation paths to derive your keys from. And since wallets have been picking up descriptors and it's more widely used, that has, I think, really improved the interoperability. Similar thing with PSBTs. Back in the day, every single wallet that supported unsigned transactions had their own unsigned transaction format. All of them were basically not documented. You wanted to sign something with Bitcoin Core and sign with Electrum? Get fucked.
Well, and related to this PSBT spec specifically, I've seen a lot of people building wallets are now aware and interested of this interoperability thing. Like building interactive protocols, everyone's like, okay, we need to make sure this whatever standard we use for unsigned transactions, whatever protocol we use, is going to be able to be adapted to wallets, because I think the wallets have become more like application specific, like in the case of taking your keys out of your home, or like Liana with inheritance, or some of the Lightning wallets for payments. I think everyone wants that. Everyone wants the similar features, the common protocols, and they realize they've seen people silo themselves and become less relevant. And having the standards process in the wallets, I think culturally has changed quite a bit.
Generally having a specification, it creates a shelling point, right? That everyone can see and be like, oh, that seems like a good idea, I should do that, instead of reinventing the wheel. So you should write a BIP.
A nice thing of having this sort of interoperability, especially with PSBTs, is that for someone like our team who, we want to focus on building the Frost stuff out. We don't necessarily want to be implementing things like coin control and other features. So what we can we can say to users, okay, if you want these advanced features, you can export your descriptor to Sparrow. You can build your transactions and do coin control in Sparrow, and then take the PSBT back to FrostSnap and sign it there. So it's also nice that you can sort of use it to sort of almost offload features onto other wallets.
Yeah, I think one thing that's definitely happening in terms of interoperability is wallets kind of specializing on a specific phase almost of the whole flow. So with interoperability, then you can have signers that are just dedicated to signing, and we've had hardware wallets for a while, but now with PSBT it's very easy to pretty much any hardware wallet can sign any transaction coming from any wallet. And instead, before it used to be like not really proprietary, but you need to integrate Ledger's specific library and then Trezor's specific library, and it's a bit of a mess. So now that we have interoperability, not just in terms of moving your BIP39 mnemonic, but also having your BIP39 mnemonic on one device and then another device for coin control, and then another device or another piece of software for monitoring the blockchain, this kind of enables, I don't know, connecting blocks together, which is really cool, and lets each block specialize on one specific thing, even though in terms of usability and user experience, like the average user probably wants everything in one bundle together, but advanced users now have the ability to, I don't know, customize the pipeline almost in a way.
What's missing in the wallet specification ecosystem right now, in y'all's opinion?
I think synchronization, like validation in a private manner, is the biggest thing that's missing. So everyone just, yay. Just, I mean, yes, we have some Electrum support now, but as Evan talked about, there's like 5 different standards, and you're still revealing your IP address. It's going to be possible within 10 years to run the node on the phone. We're going to have 6G. We're just going to have more bandwidth. It's going to be possible, I think. And we can do simple things like oblivious HTTP or oblivious network protocols to improve the privacy of that stuff. I think that's going to be even a 2026 big change.
What does synchronization mean?
Oh, so you need to get the state of your wallet. What coins do you actually have when you look at the chain? What clusters of money are relevant to you and who you've interacted with? If you're just asking a counterparty for this, then they could be lying to you. And they might even give you information that makes you take some action so you lose money. But I think the most basic problem is just that you're revealing your money to someone else when you're outsourcing validation, synchronization.
This was like a problem with like maybe Neutrino fixed it, but like a lot of the initial, or like what do they call them? SPVs is the...
Yeah. Simple payment validation, verification?
Simplified payment validation. And I don't think we've ever truly had SPV.
Didn't we have SPV in like Bread Wallet?
It's not real SPV.
What is real SPV maybe? So we're talking about like
white paper.
Like light clients.
The white
here,
paper
right?
is wrong.
That's true on more than one front, yeah.
I can remember one use case of SPV, which was to double check what a server is giving you. So for example, Green Wallet, I think used to support, now they probably removed it. They had their own, like you get stuff from Blockstream server, but then you can use SPV to validate against your own node. So that's maybe one use case. But yeah, just full SPV is not safe. So
I think like real SPV is if you can get this information, get information from a node about your wallet without the possibility of that node lying to you. And I don't think there's ever been an SPV protocol that like enables that does that at all. Because even with so the old BIP37 thing, that was the first thing called SPV, I think.
Bloom
that was
filters,
Bloom
yeah.
filters. The node could just lie and not tell you about transactions. Neutrino, you get the block filters. I guess but is that? It's a lot more bandwidth, and I don't know if it's necessarily simplified.
Just PV.
Yeah, you're gonna get the block anyways, and then you validate that the block hash is correct and all the other things in there. Maybe Neutrino counts as SPV. I don't know, but yeah, it has its trade-offs. It's a lot of bandwidth. It is kind of a lot of compute, I think.
More than Electrum for sure.
Yeah.
So that's why everybody's using Electrum.
Neutrino? I don't know. I haven't looked at it in a while.
I think one of the reasons these things haven't been used before is because there weren't libraries for them either. Like Wasabi had compact block filters that were slightly off of BIP, but again, it's like application specific. So their users had it, but it wasn't for everyone. And Neutrino, the specific implementation in L&D, like they could use it, but not anyone else. But now I think Rustation Rob's been working on Kyoto, so we actually have a Rust library with bindings that everyone can use. So maybe these things can actually have a chance in the market now, but they have limitations. They use more bandwidth than just asking a server, what about this address?
I think something that is missing from wallets at the moment is widespread privacy tools, and that's why it's really exciting what Dan's working on with Payjoin Devkit. And it's good how much Lightning usage is out there. Pretty good for privacy, but I think we're in an unfortunate situation at the moment where, with the terrible situation with Samurai, free Samurai, we really have lost a lot of accessible and widespread privacy tools at the moment. And things like Cashew and Fedimint are also helping with that, which is really cool to see, but the usage of them is not really widespread at the moment.
I think oracles are missing too. That's a huge thing to unlock a lot of programmability. There's like no company that's running an oracle, and I don't know if there's any way. I don't know. The DLC companies running their own oracles was something that got talked about this week, but I think that Bitcoin doesn't have something like Polymarket because this oracle thing doesn't exist yet. It's a huge opportunity.
So we're missing synchronability, synchronization, DLCs, privacy, anything else that you think like on the standard side, it's like, okay, we really could use this object to make.
I mean, I wouldn't say, I don't have a solution, but I think a problem is backups, like managing backups. That's because if you want to go on the user-friendly side, even writing down a mnemonic is a lot, I think, for some people. Like, especially if you have no idea what Bitcoin is and you want to mimic the user experience of like a bank account or whatever. You don't have to write down a mnemonic. You don't have to keep that thing safe. You don't have all of these issues. So in terms of problems that I think kind of we need to solve is better backups, which can mean a lot of things. But that's probably one of the biggest not really obstacles, but one of the biggest thing that throws people off when you onboard them into Bitcoin. Yeah.
I was going to say, I completely agree. Backups it's a massive UX pain. Writing them down, where do you keep them? Loading them back in, typing things onto a keyboard on a hardware wallet. It's really painful, and it's just, unfortunately, we haven't come up with a better solution at the moment. So we're sort of all storing these 12, 24 words, or 25 in the case of FrostSnap, out of necessity, but it'd be really nice to have some, other mediums of storing that information in a much more user-friendly way while keeping similar properties of, portability and ease of use.
Can I say maybe super controversial take, but maybe people are too paranoid about, too paranoid in general, but especially about backups. Like people that generate keys with dice, that's, to me, it's crazy. But I mean, I understand being paranoid, but yeah, I think people tend to come up with super complicated setups while maybe, like realistically, for the average user that has few hundred Ks, few $100,000 worth of Bitcoin, you can just save them on your smartphone. Like maybe you get access to the secure element of your smartphone. I would trust the enclave on my iPhone with, I don't know, tens of thousands of dollars easily. So yeah, maybe people just get to.
Does anyone have a wrench?
I mean, then it's a different, obviously. In terms of hardware, I would trust the security of the hardware. Then maybe working around with that is not ideal. That's a separate story. But yeah, people coming up with super complicated schemes just because maybe this device is bugged, or I don't know. I think people tend to overdo it. This is my controversial take.
I would agree. Like Codex 32 is very cool. I know its market is exactly 2 people.
This is literally paper calculators that Andrew Polstra came up with. You take 3 dials to generate keys and addresses.
You use dice rolls to generate your keys, and then you have the paper calculators to encode them into Bech32, and then you can. It's really easy to fuck it up.
There's a checksum.
Yeah, you mess up the checksum, you have to redo the whole thing.
You have to really like a pencil and a piece of graph paper.
So Polstra said he can do it in 8 hours or something.
But he could.
I think he said 40 minutes. No.
Is it sign a transaction in 8 hours?
So the neat part about Codex 32 is that you can't do any EC math, so you can't generate your addresses. you generate the private key. You can't get the public keys. You can't sign. So you still have to put it into a computer. And it's really cool, but its market is literally Polstra and Russell.
Maybe some bored middle schoolers.
Those are some very smart middle schoolers.
Codex 32 is this scheme for, is it basically the idea that you're going to pick private keys offline completely, and then you're going to, what do you use the Codex 32 to do?
You make private keys using a provably random algorithm, so you can use biased dice, biased whatever, and you're still guaranteed to get provably random bits for your private key, and then that's the first part of it. Then there's encoding it into best 32 things. So there's checksums, and then there's a part that's splitting that into different shares to use Shamir secret sharing in order to have a split backup. It's very overkill.
I would say, going back to what I was saying before, the way I would explain it is, I think we all have on our smartphones sensitive stuff that would be worth to us more than $1,000. Like if you had somebody hack into your phone and leak all your data, the $5,000 of Bitcoin being stolen would be probably the least of your worry, at least in my opinion. So unless you're very, very good and very paranoid about texts and messages and emails and stuff as well, which most people aren't. So going back to my argument, kind of to explain it, argument it better, is just maybe people shouldn't focus so much on Bitcoin. It's a whole problem of securing your digital life.
I have a slightly hotter take also. I think encrypting wallets has probably lost more Bitcoin than actually prevented Bitcoin from being stolen.
I would agree with that. Yeah, people making treasure trails, especially for inheritance. Yeah. It's a complete mess out there. Yeah.
What % of Bitcoin do you guys think is lost to the encrypted wallet backup?
Well, the fun part is you can't measure it.
So we talked about some people, so I think there's a general consensus on the panel that people are making some of their self-custody setups, they're overkill on some aspects. What do you think are some things that people maybe aren't paying enough attention to that they probably should be investing more time and effort into tools?
Oh, easy. Definitely who they're leaking their clusters to. If you're sending partial coins to people and doing consolidations without paying attention, which everyone's doing, you're making quite a big target for your counterparties to know how much Bitcoin you have, who you've interacted with, sent or received, both in the past and potentially even in the future, past the time you send the money.
I think building on that, more generally, the actually using Bitcoin as money part, spending Bitcoin, sending it to other people. I think there hasn't been, or it feels like there hasn't been that much focus on that. If you think about things like coin selection algorithms, and most users are never going to think of this, is my coin selection algorithm actually doing things optimally where it will save me on fees, or is it doing things suboptimally where after 50 transactions all of my coins actually have been ground to dust? And these are things that and also privacy. Are we choosing coins in a way that preserves privacy? So I think the whole part about actually using Bitcoin as a money is kind of underlooked.
So I agree with both, and I would also say privacy in general people tend to overlook. But also another potentially controversial take, I think there's too many people that try to be technical, but they are not, and so they end up just kind of blindly following guides online, which is crazy to me. So just to give you an example, it's I set up my own node and I have my own Electrum and I have my own, so that's good for privacy. But the way they set it up is just copy pasting stuff from a guide. They don't understand, they don't know what's going on. So I would say maybe it's I don't know what's the answer. Maybe it's education, and making people understand that okay, you want privacy, but before you follow steps blindly, also you should learn about what you're doing. So I think there's lack of awareness there, where again, people are super paranoid. So they get sold the idea that in order to be private, you need your own node, you need to, which is true. I mean, it definitely helps. But there's one missing step, which is learn what you're doing, learn basic kind of Linux skills, because lots of people also, maybe they can get it set up, but then they cannot maintain it, and then they don't apply patches, and then, so there's lots of ways they can, or maybe they encrypt stuff and then they cannot decrypt it anymore. So there's also ways in which people, again, lose money by kind of overcomplicating because of fear of something that's probably fine, or at least I would say, if you had to pick between the two, just pick something that works rather than complicating your own life. I don't know.
Another thing that's missing in terms of Bitcoin as money that I want to recruit everyone in this room to solve for me is the multi-signature treasuries. I think we're seeing far more Bitcoin operationalized in foundations, for example, and it's such a pain to be sending emails and signal messages and manually moving PSBTs, and I just want my accountant to, for payroll, just press a button that's we're doing payroll, and then everyone gets a notification. It could be on their phone, and they just plug in hardware, or even if there's enough signatures.
You're talking about FrostNet, Dan?
Maybe. The accounting software is the important piece. We need a command and control, and then the notifications, right?
Yeah, it's interesting you bring that up. So for quite a while now at FrostNet, we've been thinking, our system directly maps onto organizational custody of Bitcoin. Securing your Bitcoin within a Bitcoin company or Bitcoin charity, Bitcoin organization. But to start out with, we've decided to focus on the individual aspect. That's what we know best, holding Bitcoin and spending Bitcoin as Bitcoiners. But eventually, I would really, in the future, it would be really awesome to have an organizational suite that sort of does your accounting, does your sort of organizational hierarchy, has all that tooling in there to manage Bitcoin within a business. Yeah.
Another thing that's really useful that exists a little bit now is, I mentioned oracles, but co-signers, to have a third party that's somewhat trusted to sign up to a certain threshold or something, or even a way to, to deputize maybe your accountant to do some of that, could make the whole thing so much easier. I'm complaining about this because this is a very personal problem of once a month I have to pay people, and it's a massive pain.
Yeah. So speaking of, this is a developer conference. If there's a developer out there who's I want to start building a wallet or contributing to wallet technology, do you guys have any advice or maybe things to watch out for when they're getting started, or maybe tools to use, that kind of thing?
Use BDK, definitely.
Check out the Chaincode Boss program. It's very cool.
BossChallenge.xyz.
I would also say use BDK. It's really, really good. It's made our life so much easier, just not having to re-implement everything from scratch. It's fantastic.
And ask for help. I think it's really easy to just stay in your own lane and be worried about asking for help, but almost every single time I've asked for help, people are eager to help if you have good intentions, and especially as you build a track record of, being an adult, getting stuff done, treating people pleasantly.
Where's a good place to ask for help?
Direct to the source. If you can DM someone, if you can send someone an email, I think that's really valuable. More generally,
can do GitHub.
I don't know.
Is there GitHub discussions or something? Is that, I don't know.
It depends on the project. GitHub issues sometimes, or discussions. For Bitcoin Core, we have IRC. I understand IRC is hard to use. Sorry.
It's a feature, not a bug.
Email also always works. I have definitely I receive emails from people asking me questions, wanting to get started with Bitcoin Core or whatever, and I'm always happy to help. Just don't be annoying.
All right, we have 2 minutes left. Do you guys have any last remarks, pitches for your projects, maybe where people can find you on socials to ask for help? Nick, do you want to start?
Yeah, I'll start. So FrostSnaps are now available for order, so you can go to frostsnap.com and get yourself some new, super secure hardware wallets, cutting edge of Bitcoin technology. They're super fun, super beautiful looking devices. So yeah, purchase some FrostSnap devices and support the work we're doing to make Bitcoin self-custody easier and more usable for people. Yeah, thank you.
I would say for BDK, bitcoindevkit.org. That's kind of the main website. You can find the Discord link as well. So feel free to go into Discord and ask for help, whatever questions you have. I would also add, don't come asking for help from me, because I haven't been working on BDK for like a couple of years now. So the code has evolved so much, and also I want to give a shout out to all the people that are still working on BDK. I think they're doing an amazing job and onboarding so many companies. But yeah, that means I don't know anything about BDK anymore. So don't ask me for help. I'll just redirect you to Discord. But if you go into Discord, you'll find people who actually know what they're doing. So yeah, bitcoindevkit.org. A portal, that's a separate discussion. That's a long story. But yeah, portal. Our website is getportal.cc if you want to take a look. But it's not a wallet, so it's a kind of a different target.
I guess while we're all shilling up here, I'm HR 101 everywhere. I stream on Twitch and I do coding streams. So if you want to learn how Bitcoin Core works internally, you can come watch me every Monday lose my mind over code review usually. And also I do sometimes write code for the Bitcoin Core wallet there.
Payjoin.org to find all things Payjoin. There's a Discord there. There's the GitHub. There's a Zulip even. Profane. I'm going to shill the boss challenge.xyz once more. The applications close on the 31st, so it's really important you put some information there. They set you up, spend a few months learning how contributing to Bitcoin works, and at the end they funnel you towards the grant giving organizations, which also, if you want to support Payjoin Foundation or BDK Foundation, we could use your support. Yeah, that support is welcome. The only reason we can do this is because we have support from community, generous community like yourselves and our teams. If they're watching, yeah, they're really doing the heavy lifting behind the scenes.
Can I share one more thing? Come to BTC++. The best conferences, best people, you learn the most stuff. It's fantastic. It's a really, really great conference to meet the technical side of Bitcoin and get involved. Great hackathon yesterday as well.
Yeah. Great. Thank you so much for your time, y'all. And thank you, y'all, for coming.
Hey, Lisa.
Hey, Alex. How's it going?
It's going pretty well. How was the conference for you?
It's been a great event.
Yeah, super excited to announce all the Hackathon Awards.
Yeehaw. Let's go.
Ha yi, yeah. Ni hao. All right, let's get started. Quick overview of this event. This was a special hackathon. It was 3.5 hours yesterday in the middle of the day, which also offered 7 sponsored challenges, which was super, super cool. Thank you to everyone that offered a challenge. And the coolest part is it resulted in 30 freaking projects. This is a record for in-person events, but yeah, blew us away with all of the hackerish energy at this conference. So thank you, everybody who participated in the hackathon, for making this super, super special. If you're interested in seeing all of the projects, there is a project gallery. So on the dev post, freedom.devpost.com/project gallery, you can find all of the projects. We recommend that you update your submissions for posterity with all of the details that make your project amazing. We didn't use these for judging, but still it's a nice record to have for all of eternity. In addition, we had a star-studded panel of judges featuring some of the industry experts at this conference. So thank you, Nifty, Evan, Alex, Nick, and Eric for lending us your time and expertise in selecting these winners.
I think this was one of our hardest hackathons to judge, Alex. Like, not only do we have more projects than ever, but I think the quality of the submissions was really excellent. So you all should be very proud of the work that you contributed, and thank you for making this a difficult decision to make.
All right, on to what people have been waiting for, the prizes and challenges. First, best beginner hack, Nifty.
Right, so this goes to out of all the teams, only the teams where every member was a first-time contributor to open source Bitcoin was eligible for this. You will be winning tickets to future Bitcoin++ events. So one event next year, you'll get a free ticket to.
And also, when we announce that you've won, feel free to come on stage, accept your prize, and we'll snap a picture of us if you feel comfortable doing that. If you don't feel comfortable doing that, obviously don't come on stage because there's cameras.
I'm trying to think, do we have stuff to hand out for this one? And she's like, I don't know. Yes, okay.
And the winner is?
BitLearn. Come on up. Okay, great. Oh, congratulations. Yeah, thank you.
We can take a picture?
Take a picture? Yeah. Thanks.
Cool.
All right, did we get it? Is it?
We're good?
Thank you.
Yeah, one is fine. All right.
Oh.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, BitLearn.
Cool. Great. Our next challenge, open timestamps for 42,000 Satoshis. This goes to the project with the most unnecessary use of open timestamps in an otherwise serious entry.
Thank you, Peter Todd, for sponsoring this challenge. And the project, or the winner goes to?
Zap Taxi.
Great job, guys.
Cool. Congratulations, guys. Good job. Yeah.
Cool. Great job, great job, great job, great job, great job.
Nicely done. Yeah.
For a picture.
Thank you.
Oh, man. Lots of photos. Yeah. Cool. Awesome. Great job, guys.
Thank you, yeah. What do we have next, Alex?
Next is Best Design.
Best
Eric,
Design.
would you like to present this prize?
So the Best Design prize, sponsored by the Bitcoin Foundation, goes to the project that we felt had a little bit of extra special pizzazz and thoughtfulness and had a shine in their design. And the winner is Bitcatcher, Team Bitcatcher. Congratulations.
Team Bitcatcher.
You're the winner of the Best Design prize. I'm not sure if they're here, but nonetheless.
We'll make sure we get them on the internet, yeah.
Yep.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Bitcoin Design Foundation, for your continued support of Bitcoin++ hackathons. Next, Dan.
I don't think none of y'all contributed any Payjoin projects, so I need to do a better job shilling next time. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes, we had no entrance for the best use of Bitcoin of Payjoin Devkit, but we're happy to roll that over to the next conference. So see you all in Brazil for